honesty, and you say honesty. 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 Honesty, and you say.
Yes, good afternoon, and welcome to Reason with Rattigan on Reggae Global Radio and YouTube. And I'm Rattigan. Thanks for tuning in. Let me go through the chat room and big up all of the people. Doreen, yes, you were here quite early, 12 o'clock. All right. Catherine, 2 hours ago, Doreen James. Okay. Oswald Simpson, Arlene, OT, Mr. James, Anne-Marie, Janet Knight, Ruthlyn Matthews, Medea, indeed, Michelle Francis, Big Up Waterhouse, yes. Barrington Clark, my brother, what you say, Barry? Yeah, keep it locked down on Ashoka Road there. With all of the people, yeah. Amory, Black Grove, Ruthlyn, yes. Edley, Marcia Gray, Donna Whittaker, Val Rose, JP, Pearly, Unteamed Kangal, yes indeed. Marva, Dalvis, Quattlebaum, Nisi One Love, Ruthlyn again, Juliet, SC, Gypsy Girl, Big J64, Gypsy Girl, yeah man, me there. Petra E, your name and content won't be on my exam. All right. Don James, Shireen, Trish, Scotty, yes sir, you know the place. Stacy, Sonia, Garth, Anne Marie, Millicent, present. Loxley. Let me see who else is here. Pamela, Reggae Global Entertainment. Big up yourself, Joanna Marie. Hope you're feeling better. Headmaster, stay so. Miss Rita. And big up all of the rest of the members of the Reggae Global Entertainment. Million, Dangerous, everybody. So this. Of course, Kevin. Can't forget Kevin, people. Sharon Clark. Yes. Tony Grant. Donate. Yes. Yvonne. Khadija. Patel. Neville Shackleford, my brethren who used to live across the street from me, from Penwood Road. Big up yourself. Glad to see your face in the place. Maylene. Yes, Mitchie. Catherine Daly, Lady P, Julene, Rosalie, good night, class. Yes, indeed. Lori Gordon, Missy Bram, front row, Vin Clark, Loxley, Wellington, Lady P, Sunshine, Arlene. All right. Well, here what? Again, good afternoon and welcome to Reason with Rattigan on Reggae Global Radio and YouTube. I'm your host, Will the Rebel Rattigan. Again, thanks for tuning in. Kayan. Now, today we were supposed to have two guests, investigative journalist Zahra Burton and the president of the Jamaican Senate, Senator Tom Tavares Finson. Unfortunately, we have not heard from Senator Tavares Finson, and I suspect that he is extremely busy with the Integrity Commission's report and other business. Because if you recall, the Integrity Commission gave the report to three people: the clerk in the parliament, they gave it to the Speaker of the House, and they gave it to the President of the Senate. And we're still waiting for the report to be released in full. However, the show must and will go on with our distinguished panel. They're not here yet, but they'll join us shortly. And of course, we have the man you know, you love, you just can't resist, artist, activist, attorney Isat Buchanan. Now, last week, we ran late and he did not get a chance to continue with his lecture series on the Constitution. But today will be different. I don't think we're going to go that long, or as long as we've gone over the past several weeks. So he'll be here and he'll get not even get a chance. He'll provide the lecture regarding Section 3, fundamental rights and freedoms in the Jamaican Constitution. Foundation, the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation is up and running. I'll continue saying it every week. So please, please, please donate to the cause via debit card, credit card, or Zelle. And many, many thanks to those of you who have donated. For those of you who haven't made your donations yet, I urge you to do so as soon as you can. The suggested donation is US 100, but let me be clear, it is only a suggestion. It's not a requirement. So donate whatever you can and rest assured that it will be greatly appreciated. Doesn't matter the amount. In fact, let me just put this, where am I? There you go. There's the information on the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation.org. You can also donate by check, and some of you have. You just go to your local bank, you put OJLDF, you put the account number, the routing number, and it'll go to the account. And then for those of you who will be using Zelle, we will do Zelle via email. And there's the email address at the bottom. One jam leg def at proton.me. Very, very easy to remember. And I don't think it's case sensitive. So it's one jam leg def, One Jamaica Legal Defense at proton.me. I can't say it enough. If you like the program, please like it up, share it, and subscribe. Cannot say it enough. And thank you for all of those who have subscribed. And those of you who have not, you can go ahead and do it now, please. Last week on the technology side, we had a few issues, but overall, things are getting better. We still have to, I think we're still going to go ahead and change the internet service provider because that's the only thing we haven't changed. But every time I talk to them, they said, look, your line is it's fast, They said it's the fastest that you can get for a residence, and there are no impediments on the line. So I don't know. I don't know about that, but we shall see. Isat, please remind me of the name you call Obia. Isat is not here, so you're gonna have to go yet. He's not here yet, so you're gonna have to go send that again over. But oh, Easy Junior, thank you so much. Bless up, bless up, bless up. Yes. Issues. And oh, Isat is here. Oh. I misspoke. He's here. So he'll get to the message or the messages. Now, every week that I say, I won't talk about Minister Kamina Johnson Smith, otherwise known as Apina. Every week I say it, something happens that causes me to shine the spotlight on her. Now, I have received a few comments about the time I have spent on her story. And actually, her story is our story. All I can say is that it is necessary to keep the focus on any suspicious politician in order to avoid the proverbial 9-day wonder. And I'll give you an example of what I'm talking about, or what could happen. A report was tabled regarding the former House Speaker. And now the corruption prosecutor has to take that case to court. Yet we haven't heard anything. You know, former Speaker Marissa Dalrymple Philibert, when have you heard anything about her case? And there's nothing preventing the corruption prosecutor from moving forward and prosecuting that case because the matter was tabled. But we haven't heard anything. And nobody's saying anything. And you know what's going to happen? I don't need to tell you. You know what's going to happen. Well, what about the permanent secretary who was interdicted? I think I have something here with her name. This lady, Dr. Grace McLean from the Ministry of Education. $124 million went missing on her watch. And when was the last time you heard about this case? When? I can't remember. So that's why people would need to keep the focus on. It might sound repetitious, but we need to do this because we're too used to just having something come along and spend 3-4 days in the media, and then it moves on and it's overtaken by another story. And then we forget about the first story. We can't let that happen. We can't let that happen. You know, nothing about this permanent secretary and the 124 million. Nothing. I mean, noteworthy is that the Minister Kamina Johnson Smith, her matter, our matter, because it concerns all of us, will be heard in court in exactly 12 days from today. So we have to keep the pressure on her until then. Now, recently she commented that Jamaica was waiting for money which will be used to finance our soldiers and policemen's, women's operations in Haiti. Now, I submit to you, family, this is nothing short of making mercenaries out of our brothers and sisters. Nothing. Let me show you something. Here we go. Now, look at that. See? Minister, she says the government to seek funding to fulfill Haiti commitment. Right? Now look at this. And by the way, this is coming from Nationwide. It says the government will seek funding from external sources to support its commitment to send manpower to assist with the security mission in Haiti. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. And then we have been informed that the Kenyan contingent of approximately 1,000 policemen, that contingent that was supposed to lead the group of nations going into Haiti, will be delayed, maybe permanently, because of a court order by a Kenyan court. And let me see if, here we go. Here we go. All right. I can just read it for you. It says here, the print might be too small. It says, but anyway, it says Kenya's cabinet on Friday, yesterday, approved the deployment of 1,000 police to lead a multinational peacekeeping mission to Haiti to combat what? Gang violence. Remember that term, gang violence. Remember that. And now the parliament must sign off on the resolution. So the cabinet signed off, the parliament must sign off. But there's something that's an impediment to all of this. Here it is right here. It says, I don't know if Kevin can make this bigger for me. Doesn't matter. I'll read it for you. It says here, Kenya's High Court on Monday barred the deployment approved by the UN Security Council earlier this month for 2 weeks until a challenge. Okay, I see. Okay, thanks. Oops. Okay, here it is. Yeah, here it is right here. This is the problem right here. It says Kenya's High Court on Monday barred the deployment approved by the UN Security Council earlier this month for 2 weeks until a challenge to the deployment filed by a local politician is heard when? October 24th. That's 10 days from now. So although the cabinet approved it on Friday and the parliament has to sign off on it, the matter is in court and won't be heard until October 24th. Now, let me ask you this. If the Kenyans aren't allowed to participate, does this mean that Jamaica will lead the contingent? And by the way, it is clear that clear that the Jamaican contingent is not going to Haiti for nation building, for democracy, for regional stability. Those are the things they should be going for, etc. Instead, it's going for gang busting. Let me show you this. There we go. Now take a look at that. It says here, and I'll show you. Okay, here it is right here. It says, good evening. As specialized operators, we're aware that the UN has approved a security mission to Haiti. I think this is a platoon of the best of specialized operations specialists and experts will join with the JDF to continue. Here it is right here. The objective is gang busting. That aligns with our mission. Now, that's exactly what the Kenyans say they're going to Haiti to do, to fight gangs, right? And this came from Assistant Commissioner of Police Warren Clark. This is what we're going there to do, gang busting. Now, the JCF, or the Ministry of National Security, announced on several occasions that there are over 200 gangs in Jamaica. The homicide rate is just going up and up and up. Remember at the beginning of the year, they were saying, oh, whatever we put in place, it's working because, you know, the homicide rate is down. I don't need to remind you of what's going on. So they cannot address their problem in Kenya. And that's why the Kenyan people are saying, no, we don't want our people to go because they can't even address the crime problem in Kenya. And our JCF, they're going to bust gangs, and they can't bust gangs in Jamaica. They just They just the leader of a gang, I remember, Klansman or one other. I think they just sentenced him. But 18 people were acquitted. They didn't tell you that. They said, "Oh yeah, black man, yeah, and get sentenced, and we'll put them out of business." No, you did not put them out of business, because 18 people that you claim were part of this gang, they're now free. They're now free. So if they're going for gang busting, this is suicidal, because here's why this is suicidal. Our people, our Jamaican policemen, policewomen, and soldiers, they don't know the terrain in Haiti. They don't know the landscape. They don't understand the language. They're not familiar with the culture. And they're up against a large number of well-trained and well-armed ex-soldiers. This, my people, is going to be a disaster of epic proportion. This is going to be a bloodbath. And by the way, if you notice, the US, Canada, and France, the superpowers that have an interest in Haiti, they said, we'll put up the funding, but we're not sending our people in harm's way. And the US is making a contribution to this effort to the tune of $200 million. Now, I don't know if the Jamaican government said $200 and they know money coming from France and money coming from Canada, and they go, hey, this is a way to make some money. So let's send our people there, and whatever happens, but at least we'll get paid. I don't know if that's a consideration. I hope it's not. I hope it's not. But we're waiting for that money to send our people. And by the way, where is CARICOM in all of this? Where is CARICOM? That is our community group. And we haven't heard from them about going to Haiti. Family, this is our foreign policy at work. So I hope you understand my constant calls for the minister's resignation. Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith, is a political and diplomatic millstone around our neck. And her yoga sessions and her morning jogging, they cannot clear her conscience and fix her inadequacies. They cannot. She will have to live with this. Let me put her up again. This lady will have to live with it. So that's my take on her for today. I could go on with some more things that she's done, but in the interest of time, I'll move on. I see Zahra is here as well. All right, let me move on. Now, tonight, people, you have to tune into Reggae Global Radio. Tonight at midnight until 2 a.m. And as we say, relax with the Rebel. Tonight, I won't be playing reggae. I'll be playing jazz. Because before Luther, welcome. Well, before Luther, there was Nat. Before Barry White, there was Arthur Prysock. Before Whitney, there was Ella. Before Kenny G, there was John Coltrane. Tonight, you'll hear from those luminaries, as well as Miles Davis, Nancy Wilson, Louis Armstrong, Nina Simone, etc. So tune in tonight for a relaxed, chilled out session of jazz vocals and instrumentals with yours truly, the Rebel. Shout out time. Blessings, Mama Eileen and Papa Trevor. Mappy. I'm looking forward to seeing you next week, Mappy. So you need to come out of the hospital there. Blessings, Desmond, Paul, Ma Jean, Mrs. Nelson, and my brethren from out of Florida, Mr. Baxter. Big up yourself. On a sad note, I was supposed to link up with a dear friend of mine, Donovan Smith, in Jamaica next week. Unfortunately, that event will not take place because he passed away a few days ago from a sudden illness. Condolences to his family. May the Almighty provide comfort and strength to them, particularly his only child, Charla. Brethren, rest in peace. Big up the Reggae Global family, the Meadowbrook crew, Firehouse crew, the Rollington crew, and the crew of law enforcement and military personnel preparing to go to Haiti. May God go with you. Future presentations. We'll have more interesting guests like Zahra. We have some health professionals coming on, educators, politicians, retired FBI agents, policemen. And then I'm going to review everything I can get my hands and my eyes on. Throne speeches, sectorial debates, manifestos, election speeches, blah, blah, blah. Next week, God willing, we are going to be extremely busy. Next week, I will do a segment on the Prime Minister's wife, an MP, and the Speaker of the House of Representatives. Many roles and responsibilities, but one person. None other than the Honorable Juliet Holness. I will show several things regarding Mrs. Holness. I will show her questionable business practices that have been described by some as corrupt. I will show her cunning and persistence in getting what she wants at any cost. I will show what appears to be her attempt to steal land and destroy the fabric of a quiet community. I will show, based on her own statement in court, a possible reason why the Integrity Commission should investigate to determine if she accurately accounted for her assets. Family, I will show photographs. I will show letters. I will show emails. I will show building plans. I will show videos. I will show reports. And I will show a community presentation. Wow. Wow. Also next week, I will have a discussion regarding the diagnosis and treatment of mental health with clinical psychologist Dr. Michelle Codner and her sister Yvonne Codner, a social worker, school adjustment counselor. And you know what? I just need to let you know the quality of the people that we're bringing on for mental health. Now, Dr. Michelle Codner, she's an attending psychologist in outpatient psychiatry service and behavioral neurology at Boston Children's Hospital. She's also an instructor of psychology in the Department of Psychiatry at Harvard Medical School. And she works with children, adolescents, and young adults with clinical concerns such as depression, anxiety, obsessive-compulsive disorder, autism, trauma, bipolar disorder, suicidality, peer relationships, and family distress. And she will be joined by her sister, who is a social worker, school adjustment counselor, and Yvonne provides social, emotional, and behavioral support to promote overall well-being and improvement for academic progress in high school students in the Boston area. She works with adolescents with concerns ranging from intellectual or cognitive impairments, anxiety, depression, substance misuse, gang-related violence, chronic absences, food insecurity, self-harm, and peer relationships. So people, family, you can't afford to miss next week's episode broadcast of Reason with Rattigan. Now, for today's presentation, I'm getting a Zahra, can you mute, please? There you go. All right. Now, many thanks to last week's guest, MP and opposition leader Mark Golding. He came, and listen to me carefully, family. He came and he answered the questions, and that was commendable. Now, I have made it abundantly clear that this show is not about partisan politics. position, or power. I have no aspirations for any of those things. Instead, it's about Jamaica and its people, all of us. And to that end, I've invited our political leaders, members of the PNP, JLP, and the UIC to discuss issues affecting the Jamaican people. Those who appeared faced tough and incisive questions, and that's the way it should be. My intention and effort are to separate truth from fiction, promises from conviction, and personal gain from community benefit. Because in the past, we have participated in our own negative situation by not asking questions. We have participated in our own negative situation by not asking the right questions. And we have participated in our own negative situation by being satisfied with half-baked answers. Remember this: politicians come and go, but you are constant, and you are constantly suffering. The rich can and will take care of themselves, but who will take care of you? Who will take care of your family? Who will take care of your community? Who will take care of Jamaica? And so, whether politicians come or don't come on my program, whether they come back or they don't come back on my program, it will never deter me from the task of representing your interests, because your interests are intertwined with mine. Look behind me, people. That are my house and I want a house. That are my house. My interests are intertwined with your interests. We are one. We are one in this pursuit, and our interests will always be paramount in importance. So let's think, and let's think critically, because you, your family, your community, and Jamaica come before any politician or political party. And that is the honest truth. One housekeeping matter. When I take your telephone call today, please ask your question as soon as you can so that we can answer and get to the other callers. My guest, Zahra Burton, is an investigative journalist with extensive experience. She's responsible for breaking two significant stories that I'm aware of. I'm sure there are more, but I'm aware of two significant stories involving the Prime Minister. Zahra, welcome. Before you start, I need to preface our reasoning by recounting a segment of last week's broadcast. And this, family, is very, very important. Some of you respectfully inquired about two questions that I asked the opposition leader last week. One is views on the constitutional powers of the Governor General. And two is statutory declaration under the Integrity Commission Act. Let's deal with the first one. The constitutional question had to do with his view of transferring all of the powers assigned to the Governor General under the Constitution to the President of the Republic of Jamaica. Now, it is true that Governor Generals have not exercised all of their constitutional powers, but it does not mean that they don't have those powers. And it does not mean that they cannot exercise them at will. People read the Constitution. Just because the Governor General doesn't do it doesn't mean that he cannot do it. And in fact, we know that he's even violated the Constitution. How? By proclaiming a state of emergency for police purposes, when we know that a state of emergency can only be proclaimed in three instances: insurrection, war, and natural disaster. Not for police purposes, but he signed off on it since 2017 many times. So my view is that instead of giving those powers to a president, and it is my considered opinion that we should share those powers with various government organs, spread out the power, and have checks and balances to prevent against any possible abuse of power. Because remember, people, the Governor General, he accounts to King Charles. Once you get this kind of president that they're talking about, he accounts to no one. And therein lies the opportunity for the abuse of power. And I'm very concerned about that. So I'm saying, don't give it to one person, spread it out. Spread it out to the Prime Minister, spread it out to Senate, to the House of Representatives. Spread it out and give some to the president as well. Make sure that he cannot do certain things unless he gets permission from, or concurrence from other parts of the government. Now, to his credit, Mr. Golding said he would revisit the provisions I mentioned and re-examine the issue. End of story. But just this morning, a viewer, a supporter, posited the idea that I didn't consider a section of the Constitution that seemed to limit the power of the Governor General. I read the section. Earlier this morning. I read the section in conjunction with other sections and applied certain views regarding constitutional construction and interpretation, and I still maintain my position. Nonetheless, this is a sort of critical thinking I have, and I continue to refer to. What that viewer did to say, and it wasn't a challenge. It was saying, hey, look, here is my view on it. What are your views? Is there anything else you have to offer? That's the kind of thing we need around here. We need that kind of discussion. We don't need the stabbing at the back and all of them. No, we need people to think and proclaim. Think and speak. And so we can have a meaningful discussion so that we can both walk away learning about that issue. Even though we may disagree, that's what we need to do. That's what I've referred to. And this, that kind of discussion is only going to make us smarter as we exchange views. So I invite the viewer, the supporter, person who sent me that text message this morning, to link me offline, because it's a very involved discussion constitutionally, so that we can continue the conversation. And folks, I'm saying this to you because out in YouTube land, and even in the chat room, you should be having these discussions. We shouldn't be talking about, people. We should be talking about issues. And of course, I'm at the point now where we're not going to tolerate somebody coming into the chat room and causing issues. Before I said, yeah, let people express their views, but no, we're not going to, we don't have time for that. Not anymore. Now, the second question, which is the more troubling question, was about a house. Follow me, people. This was about a house owned by a foreign company that was incorporated by the leader of the opposition and his wife. And that house was occupied by the opposition leader and his family. And the question was whether or not he should have included it in his statutory declaration. Now, if you recall, I prefaced my question to the opposition leader by stating that there was some confusion, that I didn't understand what was going on, and I asked if he could clarify. He didn't have to answer me, or he could have given me a different answer than the one he gave me. But he answered, and I thought that was the end of the story. And if you remember, I said to him, Mr. Opposition Leader, in fact, I said, Mark, you know what? I have the report here, and I'm going to go through it. And if there's something that is concerning, the next time we talk, I can bring it up. He said, fine. No, I don't take credit for that story, because Zahra reported that story before my broadcast last week. And so I asked her to spend some time with us today to discuss and analyze her report, her investigation, and she's graced us with her presence. Now, I must tell you that since last week's program, here's what I've done, because I like to keep my promises. And I promised the opposition leader that I would go back, read the report, and if I have any questions, I'd come back. Since that statement, I have listened to Zahra's account. We had a program last week, Sunday. I have read the report. I have researched the law. I have revisited the opposition leader's answer, and I have considered the Integrity Commission's verification of the opposition leader's statutory declaration. Meaning that the statutory declaration that he went back, looked at all that stuff. And after doing all of those things, I have arrived at a very strong conclusion. And I will share it with you, all of you, after Zahra's presentation. So sit back, listen to Zahra, and then when the time is right, I will jump in and I will say my piece. So Zahra, welcome again. And for those, for the interest of those who don't know you, could you please provide a bit of your background and then just jump into the story?
Will, you also, I don't know if you can hear me, okay, need to, I think, divulge what did the opposition leader say as well. I think that would be important to the debate. But nevertheless, I will start with who I am. I am Zahra Burton, for people who do not know me. I am a journalist, and I've been a journalist for over 20 years. I had a career starting in the United States as a cub reporter in the States. Then I came back to Jamaica and I worked at Television Jamaica. Then I went to actually study journalism in California, University of Southern California, as a grad student. My undergraduate was at Florida International University in marketing and international business. From USC, I went to work at Bloomberg from 2005 to 12. Came back to Jamaica in 12 and started 18 Degrees North, the TV show. And the report that I did on Andrew Honus's house was something that I guess got 18 Degrees North some notoriety. That was in 2016, after the 2016 elections. This was in May. And then now fast forward, 2018 was our last broadcast on television. And then the show has essentially evolved into a newsletter. And this newsletter is found at 18degreesnorthtv.substack.com for people who want to sign up. You can. And the investigation online has been going since 2020. And this year and this week gone, I released a report, I think, on whether or not Mr. Golding, who is our opposition leader, declared the house that he lives in. So that's how we led up to this point, in a nutshell.
Hello?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead. I can't hear you.
Okay, so you want me to get into the story?
Yes, because I think people need to know. And then I have an opinion on it, and I'll render that opinion. But go ahead, please. Tell us why. Tell us what I'd like you to do is tell us, how did you come across this story? Why is this story important? And what were your findings?
Okay, so I've been researching since last year, 2022. Well, it really started in 2020, asking Mr. Golding about his offshore company, right? Because he had been on a television program or a radio program, and he had said that, yes, he does also, in addition to Mr. Honus, who's AdMat Incorporated, which incidentally, I'll be doing some interesting reporting about AdMat very soon as well. But that this St. Lucian entity, AdMat Incorporated, owned Mr. Honus's house and several other properties. So that was my story. And at the time, there was this radio program with Mr. Golding, and he revealed that he also had inherited an offshore company from his dad being British. And his father passed away. And so he was talking candidly about that on this radio program. And then after that, I asked him in 2020 about that offshore company, and he gave some answers. And I've continued to, be interested in that story, but then really started investigating his activities in the offshore company world from 2022 to now. And I'll be reporting or putting out a report on that in coming weeks. Because I've reported extensively on that as well. But it was during that reporting, asking him about one of these offshore companies, which is registered in the BVI, that he actually said to me. I had just presumed, that house was declared as part of his Integrity Commission statutory declaration of 2021 summary that is made public. The opposition leaders and the Prime Minister's statutory declaration summaries are usually made public according to the law, which incidentally I do believe was triggered by that 2016 report that I had come out with about Mr. Honus's house at the time. Anyway, the long story short was that it was during that time that he actually corrected me and said that, the house that he, that is referred to, or the real estate that's referred to in his statutory declaration report, is instead some other property. And so I was like, so hold on, that house wasn't declared, and I kept asking and asking and asking certain questions. And the summary of it all is that under the real estate category of it seems as if he point blank, well, I'll just read his quotes because I think it's important, right? What he said. So just give me 1 second to find it. He said, ever since I first became a parliamentarian in 2007, the Integrity Commission has been aware that Farringdon Drive is the address where I reside, as my declarations have always stated that. The Integrity Commission has also always been aware from my declarations that Farringdon Drive is not included in the real estate owned by my wife and I. That's a quote. And that to me was like, huh? And it echoed what he had said previously. And so I said, does that mean that your house was declared under another asset category? Because he and his wife between 07 and 021, mid 2021, owned this company, Tajibi, it's called, the one in the BVI that owned the place. So I was just like, okay, so if you 100%, you and your wife own this place, own this company that then owns this place, shouldn't that have been declared? I asked him, does that mean that you declared the house under another asset category? Because he was saying he owns shares of the house, shares of the company, right? So he's not a beneficial owner of the house, but he is beneficial owner of the shares of the company, something to that effect. And he wouldn't answer the question whether it was declared under another asset category. So the long story short is the question becomes, did he declare this house? And 2, did he have a duty to declare this house? And 3, does the Integrity Commission statutory declaration form really capture all assets of parliamentarians who have a duty to declare? And so there's a lot of legal mumble jumble that he answered in the actual interview questions, which, as you pointed out at the beginning of this whole thing, he was gracious enough to answer many of the questions that I asked because he didn't have to. So give him credit for that. But on some very key critical issues, like was the house declared under another asset category? No response.
All right. We're joined by distinguished panel. Of course, Isaac got here very early today. Big up yourself, my brethren. And John, we're joined by John. And of course, the man himself, Herb Nelson. Now, Zahra, people are asking, well, why is this story important and whatnot? And the reason it's important is because it goes back to leadership.
I'll bring you on here. Go ahead.
Yeah. All right, it goes back to leadership for me, right? And like I said earlier, for far too long, we have entrusted power to people who didn't have our best interest. And so anything that we hear, we should actually ferret it out. And in fact, I mean, the people who support Mark, I think that they should think along this line, that look, it's best for this to come out right now so that if there's anything there, we can deal with it now, as opposed to having it come out like a week, 2 weeks, a month before the election. Be that as it may, I went ahead and I looked, and here is my opinion. Here's my opinion, Zahra, with all due respect. I went back and I looked through the Integrity Commission Act, and it is my considered opinion, it's my considered judgment that Mark Golding did not violate Integrity Commission Act because we may not like the way the law is structured. And I'm not saying that you said he did it. I'm just saying it for everyone to hear it coming out of my mouth, that he did not. And I'll say it again for the whole world to understand. Mark Golding did not violate the Integrity Commission Act. He did not. I went and I looked at the forms that Zahra mentioned. By the way, let me just also say that it is not illegal to set up a foreign corporation and to have that corporation own assets in Jamaica. It is not illegal. And that is what he did. If we want to change the law, then then fine, change the law. But the way the law is written right now, it is not illegal. And in fact, in many countries, you can do that. You can go over. In fact, they do it here a lot in America. The people who can afford to do it, they set up trust foundations. They set up all kinds of mechanism in terms of. In terms of
Herb, mute your mic, please.
There's something going on.
Yeah, Herb, his mic is muted. Yeah, in terms of estate planning, and a dear friend of mine who's in the financial world. Big up yourself. You know who you are. You're in Berlin. Not calling her name, but she walked me through this thing, and she explained everything to me. And she's, the long and short of it is that it's not illegal.
Oh boy. Is it me or?
No, he's frozen.
Okay.
That tends to happen quite a bit.
I was wondering.
This segment is brought to you by Starlink. Get Starlink.
No.
They're gonna kick me off this show now.
But Zahra,
You're back. Okay.
Yeah. This is gonna happen quite a while. But let me just put up the form on the platform so people can see what I'm referring to. Mm-hmm. All right. See this form? Let me see if I can make it any bigger. Okay. All right. Now, people, let me just say this: that in my opinion, the Integrity Commission Act, like a number of laws, it needs to be refined because it has to reflect development in law, right? And so I find that there are some shortcomings with the law, and I'll point out one of them to you. But until we make changes to it, this is what we're working with right now. If you look at this form, the Integrity Commission Act, and it talks about what you need to declare. Now, assets, just look right here. It says savings account, current accounts, securities, real estate, other personal property, real estate mortgages receivable, and business investments, account receivables, automobiles. This is the one that applies to the former speaker, Marissa Dalrymple Philibert. It's clear she should have reported the automobile. And then cash value of life insurance. Now, here's what happened. The house that we're talking about, it's not in Mark Golding's name. It's in the name of a corporation. This is saying, if it's in your name, you must report it. It's not there. And therefore, there are other reasons as well. But because it's not there, and I looked at some of the other sections regarding what he should or he shouldn't report, and I can say that I'm supremely confident that Mark Golding did not violate it. Plus, the Integrity Commission, in its wisdom, I'm sure they looked at this as well, and they had discussions, and they came to the conclusion that he didn't violate it. Now, somebody said Mark Golding wrote the law. Well, I wouldn't say he wrote the law. I would say that he was part of the group, or maybe he commissioned it, because I think when it was drafted, he was Minister of
Justice.
Minister of Justice. Thank you. Right. So, and I don't think Mark Golding, with all due respect, I don't think Mark Golding wrote that law so that he could violate it. Right. There are things in this, as you go through this, there are things in here that just, all right, you know what? enough of the talking. Let me show you something. Let me show you something that
I'd
I'm
like
not.
to butt in when you're through with this, because I have some rebuttals for what you're saying.
Okay. All right. Let me show you something that I'm not altogether comfortable with. Section, where is it? Section 50, 53. All right. All right. Here's one of my pet peeves regarding this law. This is the section that you see highlight, well, you know, surrounded with this pink color here. That is the gag order. That is the section that says you cannot, meaning they, the Integrity Commission, they cannot talk about a matter that has been investigated until it's tabled, until Parliament says it's tabled. And table just means there's no more discussion, right? So we're going to move it forward. And if you read it, it says until the tabling of a report under Section 36. Section 36 is talking about how you bring the report to Parliament. It says on the types that you bring. It says all matters on an investigation by the Director of Investigation or any other person involved in such investigation shall be kept confidential, and no report or public statement shall be made by the Commission or any other person in relation to the initiation or conduct of an investigation under this act. Now, first thing as a lawyer, I look at, I say, well, wait a minute. This thing is not under investigation. The investigation is over. They complete the investigation. The investigation is given to the corruption prosecutor, and then that person will decide whether they move forward or not. And then it goes before Parliament. So I have an issue with this, but follow me. So they say Section 3 says you can't talk about it, right? You cannot talk about it until Parliament has tabled it. Now take a look at this. 54. All right, look at this. It says, and you see me highlight it though, because I couldn't believe it. It says, where the Director of Investigation finds that the matter which gave rise to the investigation does not constitute an act of corruption or any wrongdoing, he shall recommend to the Commission that the person who was the subject of the investigation be publicly exonerated of culpability in such manner as the Commission deems fit. And get this, and the Commission may do so unless the person concerned has requested the Commission in writing not to do so. So here's my issue. Here's my issue. They say you can't talk about it. So they're investigating this person under the cloak of secrecy. And while they're investigating, if they come across information exonerating the person, then they have to go tell the person, and that person has the right to say, no, I want a public apology. But you can't talk about it. So why is it that you couldn't talk about it in the beginning, but now you have to go talk about it and get a public apology? Unless the person says, I don't want a public apology, just let sleeping dogs lie. I don't understand this. I don't understand the rationale behind this. My argument is if you can't talk about it in the beginning, then you don't talk about it at the end. So let sleeping dogs lie. You investigate, you investigate under the cloak of secrecy, and you close the investigation under the cloak of secrecy. Or you investigate in the sunlight. Everybody knows that, okay, we're looking at this person. When you say this person is being investigated, it's not an indictment, it's not a conviction. It's a statement of where you are in terms of your investigation, that we're looking at this person. This person might be of some help to us, right? Now, if it turns out that that person is exonerated, then if you say, okay, we have to make a public apology, I don't have an issue with that. If you announce it in the beginning and then you come at the end and say, okay, this person that we announced was on the investigation, this person is exonerated, blah, blah, blah. I don't have a problem with that. But I have a problem with you saying you can't talk about it. But while you're doing your investigation and you can't talk about it, if you find out that this person is innocent, then you have to come and talk about it. It makes no sense to me. And so this is one of the issues I have. I have many issues with it. But Zahra, the floor is yours. You said you want to make a rebuttal to what I just said about Mark Golding. All right,
come back down to assets. What is considered number? Assets. Okay. Assets.
Right there.
All right, stop. Okay. All right. So see, I have here, it says assets, savings account. That's not the one. Number 3 says securities, right? Number 5 says other personal property. Number 6 says real estate mortgages receivable, and business investments, right? Those are the ones I want to ask you about. So let me ask you this. Where would shares in a company fall if you had to be the, the lawyer on this? Where would shares in the company fall?
If I'm representing Mark Golding, the first thing I would say to you is that that's not the issue. The issue is not about shares. The issue is about a house. That's what we're talking about here. We're talking whether he should have filed under the Integrity Commission Act statutory declaration accounting for the house, not shares. And so where would that fall on the assets? Where would that house fall on the assets?
Well, a house is real estate, but he in his quote said he was not a beneficial owner of the house. He was beneficial owner of the shares. So this is his quote. When I asked, this is a section of it, I'm just going to read it to everybody. So pressed again as whether the Farndon Drive house was declared, since he did have a beneficial interest in Tajibi for most of the year since 2007 when he had a duty to declare his assets. And since Tajibi owned the Farndon Drive house at the time and still does, he answered, that is not correct. The house is an asset of the company. I was not a beneficial owner of the house. I was a beneficial owner of shares in the company. To treat it otherwise would be double counting, inaccurate, and misleading, end quote. Asked if that reference to double counting meant that prior to mid-2021, he did report the assets of Tajibi to the commission, including the Farndon Drive house, he didn't respond. All right, so the point is, he says, I was not a beneficial owner of the house. I was a beneficial owner of shares in the company. Now, if you are a beneficial owner of shares in a company, does the Integrity Commission form require you to declare those shares?
No. See, that's a different question from the question regarding the house, because now we've gone from house to beneficial owner of shares in a foreign corporation. And I'm saying, let's look at the issue that's presented to us. And the issue is whether or not he should have declared that house. And I'm saying to you,
hold on a second though, Rattigan. I'm asking you, just answer that part of the question, please. Does anybody under the Integrity Commission Act, are they required to report shares in a company? I'm just asking that question. From you're the lawyer. I'm not a lawyer. I sit as an attorney. Right. I don't know if John is. I'm not sure. But I'm just asking you guys, does an individual who has a reporting requirement, are they required to report shares in a company under this?
Does anybody want to answer it? Because I don't want to hog the platform. I could go on and answer it. I said you want to
the other attorney, I suppose.
They love to put me in the hot seat, and my answer to that is no.
Your answer to, okay, so you don't need to declare shares in a company,
no,
even though you have those as potential income coming into you. So if you own...
But you just answered.
Mm-hmm.
Potential.
Right, but what I'm saying is, okay,
you have to leave it that's the end all. It stops there. And so what we're doing is making speculations, which is really bad. And we've now drifted away from something very important. Herb, just mute your mic, please. We're going down into slippery waters because the Integrity Commission would have done their job within the remit of the law. To answer your question, it's no, because it then goes further for them to find out if the company is actually income generating at the time, if it had loss, if it had profits, if his shares were actually special shares, general shares, shares that you can pull dividends on. We've gone into company law that goes out of the remit. So my answer to that is no. Other legal experts can come and say otherwise, but for clarity, because I like this is a teachable moment, and I'm going to use not to bite at Pink Wall, but I'm going to use Pinky's Hair Salon, which is just a fictionary company. Pinky's Hair Salon is a separate legal entity from Alice, who sells crab but also owns Pinky's Hair Salon. So when Alice does something and it goes bad because she did what she ought not to do, it doesn't affect Pinky's Hair Salon, which is a company that you don't know necessarily that Alice has any shares or anything. The asset of Pinky's Hair Salon, which includes the chairs and the building, that if she owns the building, probably the whole plaza, and she rents out the plaza, the Pinky's Hair Salon has a TRN number and is responsible for the taxes, profits, loss. If a car is there and it hits down somebody, you don't say, oh, let me go and sue Alice because whatever. Pinky's Hair Salon, the company is responsible. And to the extent of its responsibilities and liabilities, whatever it owns by assets and all of that is left with the artificial personality. But it's a
so what is okay? So I start to that thinking. Then tell me this: what is business investments? It says and business investments. What is business investments in your mind? If it's not investments in a company.
No, I like that you're asking me that, but I'll say business investments would actually be monies that you put up to actually to make profits to a particular venture. So it could
give an example, like in the Alice thing. Give an example of how what you describe is different from business investments.
All right, so the business investments would be, for instance, when we're talking about real estate, that there's a development that is going on. At the end of the development, you will own probably 3 units that you're allowed to sell.
Right, but that is still an investment. It's
but what I'm saying is it is with for instance the building. For when we think about apartments, you know for sure that at the end of it, the apartments will be sold for whatever, and it's not an SSL situation. I want to be cheap.
But hold on a second. Okay, so to your point, so you're saying that it is going to net you a material sum. So in other words, if you know that this house, the 3 houses are going to be 150,000 US each, and it's 450,000 US that you are going to get from the sale of that, you're saying it's very sure, and you know that that is your gross earnings.
Right.
So you would put that in. Okay, so to
your
you
logic, want to know juxtapose.
So what is okay? So to your logic, Isaac, what is number 3? Securities. How is that different? How is securities different from that?
So security income doesn't necessarily is not falling under security income might not be personal, and so that's the problem that I'm having here. And you've gone all the way from the house now, and you got.
No, I know, because he said he owns shares in the company. So I'm just trying to understand which category here it would fall under. And I'm just probing you. I'm just asking you your rationale for business investment versus security.
After he said he owns shares in the company, and that's another thing that you have to deal with when dealing with lawyers, especially experienced one like Mr. Golden. You didn't ask if the shares were dead shares, potential shares, income generating shares, future shares, shares in the event. You don't know if the shares is in trust for his kids. You don't know what his hold on those shares. And he did say at the time. So we don't know what makes this conversation a little bit different from other persons you've investigated and managed to embarrass is that the purpose of the Integrity Commission is to really regulate and monitor persons who had nothing and suddenly had something, or persons who would have quadrupled income that they would have had. So they're actually monitoring to see whether you're coughing taxpayers' money. That's the purpose of the Integrity Commission, regulating and ensure that politicians don't thief, basically. And so one of the reasons we have to also be mindful is that who, what, where, when is going to always be important, because sometimes it's much ado about nothing. And we have to be very critical when we do that. And also respect the commission in terms of the fact that they would have used the act, and you're now going into a matter of interpretation, because what they did is give a general interpretation, and once they are satisfied, they don't go out of it. So we can't bend it. So we take, when I say bend it, as in we can't bend and twist things, because what we need to do is always put on legislators to update, because we don't see anything here about Bitcoins. We don't see anything about things that we can do We
So
don't see
Bitcoin in your mind would not be securities?
No, I don't think so, because I'm gonna say I don't understand it to be that, and then I don't have an intent to lie to the Integrity Commission, and simply if even now, and I will say this with no reservations, if tomorrow the security says I heard Zahra on the Will Rattigan show and we should have asked Mark should have declared shares, he's gonna say, but it's not clear there. The language, this is not, you're not supposed to guess. And these forms are very complicated, but are not creating no defense for certain people that don't declare car and automobiles, because automobiles is there. Clear language. You had no excuse. There's no excuse. So what they need to do is to increase this. And it's a simple, they can just call, snap thing going, hey, move the house. We need to add these things, and everybody say, hey, and then tomorrow it happens. We've seen them do magic when it comes to amending legislation and have the majority to do it. So that is very important. I'm just putting that there to say, if nothing else before I shut my mouth, that in relation to the House, the accuracy is to appreciate that a company has separate legal personality from the individuals. So much so that when I gave the Alice example, if you want to sue Alice, you cannot touch Pinky's hair salon, because Pinky's hair salon have nothing to do with Alice.
All right, you can do me a favor. Right. I don't know how this works, right? Is it possible for you to pull up section 3 of the instructions? You can do that for me. This is important for the debate, please. Section 3 of the instructions.
I don't know if I have section 3 of the instructions.
No, man, just Google it. I am happy to share my screen, but I don't know if that will show up on everybody's screen. So if you could just look at the instructions, there's an actual, if you go onto the Integrity Commission's website, not the act, the website.
No, yeah. Kevin would have to do that for me. You talk to the wrong person, because I would just, if I hit the button, everybody gone, and the whole program.
Don't.
Oh, okay. Let me tell you why I'm saying what you're saying. Kevin, I don't know if Kevin can look up on the Integrity Commission's website.
As Melly would say, Kevin, wait. Help out.
Let me tell you why I said that to you guys. Okay, listen to the instructions. This is from the Integrity Commission's website, right? Website. Section 3. Include all bonds, stocks, shares, and similar investments, including any such property over which a right of disposition resides in the declarant, spouse, and children. So if it is, Mr. Golding says he doesn't own, he's not the beneficial owner. Let's go back to his quote, right? He says he doesn't, right. I was not a beneficial owner of the house. I was a beneficial owner of shares in the company. Okay. So he says he was a beneficial owner of shares in the company. And remember, this is from 2007 to mid 2021 when he transferred, he and his wife, 100% of those shares to his children. He says that in a quote. Okay. So if we are seeing instructions from the Integrity Commission's form that says include all shares,
all right, thanks, Kevin,
including any such property over which a right of disposition resides in the declarant, it don't say which is owned by a company. It says over which a right of disposition resides in the declarant, spouse, and children. A right of disposition is what it says. So when I spoke to, I think it was about two attorneys, right? Two of them. They pointed out various sections where a requirement may have actually been in place just based on this form. And section 3 is one of the sections that other attorneys have pointed out. So while you guys are giving Mark Golding the all clear, right, to say there was no violation that took place, there are other attorneys, as I just said, that may have a different take. Now, you guys can go through as attorneys who is right legally and who is not right legally. I am not an attorney, right? But what I do know is I'm a citizen of Jamaica, like many of us who are listening to this call, perhaps. And the question is, do you, as a citizen of the country who is evaluating a leader for potential, the premier leader to become the premier leader of this country, do you want somebody that's going to dance through the raindrops and give you the legal language as to why this doesn't apply? And Mr. Golding did indicate that Section 3 wouldn't apply because he said something to the effect about that Section 3 is asking for shares, right? Or stocks. Hold on, let me see what he said about Section 3, right? He did give a quote on that, right? He says, he also implied item 3 didn't apply, stating that it deals with shares and other securities. No, if it deals with shares and other securities, and you're saying that you were a beneficial owner of the shares of the company, not a beneficial owner of the house, but a beneficial owner of shares of the company, the question is, how do those two work? Now, as I said, let me just finish what I want to say. There's a paragraph in the piece that people can see if they go to the website. Despite his legal interpretation of what's required, 18 Degrees North asked Mr. Golding whether he believed that he has a duty as the leader of the opposition to declare to the Integrity Commission everything he owns, including assets in the name of a company that he controls, but he didn't respond to that question. Neither did he respond when asked whether he ever asked the Integrity Commission for guidance as to whether to declare the assets of Tajibi, or if he relied only on his legal interpretation of the declaration form. No, I say that to say this. The questions that are raised by his answers in this piece, in my view, can only be answered by the Integrity Commission, as you guys have pointed out, right? Because when I had asked the Integrity Commission whether companies, I'll try and read you another quote. This is now from.
Before you read that quote, I don't want you to lock me into that, because I didn't agree to that. Because everything you said just now can be answered without the Integrity Commission. Everything that you said, and so I'm still trying to figure out assets versus shares are two completely different things. So you made mention.
No, but it's not my words. I just read the instructions from the thing. It says include all bonds, stocks, shares, and similar investments.
I know what Section 3 says, and then you go
instructions.
You go to what the instruction says. But
right.
Then when you look at what the requirement is in terms of the asset, the quote that you made is in reference to the asset of the house, and he has no right of disposition to the house. He cannot dispose of the house.
No, but he said he doesn't own. He's not a beneficial owner of the house. He's a beneficial owner of the shares.
And I'm saying, but even the instructions.
Let us say you don't put it on your real estate section, right? Let's say you don't put it on your real estate section. The question is, did you put it on your shares section, right? That's the question. And Mr. Golding, I asked him, I said, did you insert it under a different asset category? And he didn't respond to that part. So I still don't know if he declared the house or the value of the house or the shares associated with Tajibi. I don't.
Yeah,
right?
But I'm
For
saying,
the years
what
2020,
I'm just making this clear. He has no duty to declare the value of the house because he's not the beneficial owner of the house, and he does not have a right of disposition of the house.
Okay, so does he have a right? Meaning does he have a right, or should he be required to declare the shares of Tajibi, which is this entity that he and his wife owned 100% at one point? Does he have a right to declare that?
No, so that's the question I cannot answer. We were speaking about the house.
Okay, but I'm saying the issue is, was it declared at all? Were the shares of Tajibi? Because remember I said to him, did you declare the Tajibi assets, plural, including the Farringdon Drive house, right? So in other words, it was a two for one question.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. The minute you say including the Ferndon Drive house, he doesn't have to declare the house. I can't get past that.
Okay, so then answer this part though. In terms of the shares of Tajibi, does he have a duty to declare the shares
No,
of
so
Tajibi?
when you see Mark and the Integrity Commission and all the rich people and the big people in society, you ask them. I can't answer. I don't know.
Oh, so
That's the point I'm trying to make.
Okay.
Yeah. All right.
So, but can I just say what the Integrity Commission had said? This is Mr. Beresford, Craig Beresford. He's the Commission's Director of the Information and Complaints Division. Yeah. He had said, and this was in response to several questions that I asked about whether the form really compels declaration of assets or income generated by or in the name of offshore entities backed by the declarant. He responded, the statutory declaration form is sufficiently wide enough to capture all assets, liabilities, and income for a declarant, spouse, and children within the context of the Integrity Commission Act, right? And I'm the one stressing the within the context. So what I'm trying to say to you is that for me, when I went through this story, is it relevant to the public? It absolutely is. And the bigger question is not just about whether Mr. Golding declared the house or whether he declared the shares of Tajibi, which are all important questions in my view. The issue that I'm asking is that declaration form wide enough to capture what we, the public, want to know is a true reflection of the person's assets, right? And so that is the question that we need to all be asking. Is it wide enough? Does it go deep enough?
And we can answer that question. Unmute your mic, Ratty. I don't want to take over your show, but the answer to that is no.
Right. And that's
we have bitcoins, we have things that we have income that people make outside of what the act and,
right.
the form contemplated, and we are forever changing, and we need to keep up with technology. So the answer is no.
And say that's where I started, Zahra, by saying that as written, we may not like the law the way it's written. We may advocate for it to be amended, and that's fine. But as written, I just don't see it. And the other thing is that the issue was never about shares, to the best of my recollection. The issue was about the house, whether or not the house should have been. And if you go by that issue is a losing issue, because nowhere is the house, the title in his name. It's in the company's name. So therefore, he didn't have to report that.
Okay, so Rattigan, to your point though, I'm going to ask you the same question that I asked Isa. Did he have a right, or sorry, not right, duty? Did he have a duty to declare the shares now in Tajibi, which is the entity that owned the house? Let me answer that question for you.
That question was asked, answered, discussed by whom? The Integrity Commission. And if they looked and they said we're gonna certify it. What I think you're saying is that you want to indict the Integrity Commission because for failure to adequately do their job. Is that it? Is that what you're saying? Because are you saying that it shouldn't have been properly certified? It should have gone deeper. Is that what you're saying?
I am saying to you that.
Well, Zahra, what do you think about that? Because I see you're thinking about it. Zahra, hold on. Zahra, hold on.
It is
interpreted.
Is it that my mic is muted? No.
Yeah, Zahra, hold on one question, because I got a call and I didn't open a personal phone. Somebody wanted to ask a question. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, all right. So my question is this now. You have the lady there with you, and her father was on the FSC board from 2016, and the sugar board was the chairman from 2011. Why she don't do a report on her father when them sell out the sugar thing and all kind of things? Why them don't declare shares and things? Why them don't do these things? As a citizen of America, we want to know all these things. So, we don't play hypocritical around here and going around shares and this and that. We want to know about our father too,
No, so
all right.
Respectfully.
All right. All right.
Respectfully, when we split justice.
All right.
Respectfully, when we split justice, ad hominem has no place in fruitful discussions. So we don't deflect by attacking people because we can't answer issues. So that's a matter for you, Mr. Rattigan. But I really have a pet peeve about ad hominem. It's called attacking the person.
Yeah. But all right. The person, they call me on. What I'll do is I'll turn off the phone too, because both phones have to go. I turn off one. Okay. Go ahead, Herb.
Okay. Yeah, I have my brother and another CPA listening in on this because I wanted to clarify this point. And their conclusion is she may have a point, but the commission did not fault his lack of disclosure. In other words, that point should have been reviewed by the commission because it is there in black and white. But
hold on, Herb. Hold on. Let me ask you a question. When you say it was there, are you talking about the house or shares? Because the issue is the house.
Shares.
Well, I'm talking. Yeah, I'm talking about the house now because that's the charge leveled against him that he didn't. And I'm saying on that charge,
I didn't level any charge that he didn't. I said that he refused to say if he did. That's what I said. I didn't level any charge.
But hold on, Zahra. I didn't say you leveled any charge. I said the charge that has been leveled. I didn't say you leveled it.
By who?
Oh, that's now you're asking the question.
Yeah.
Now you're asking the question. You should have asked me that before. You don't say you was stone in half pen the first I got a lot time get click,
Okay, no, but I just want to be clear. That's not my charge. Okay.
Okay. All right. Herb, go ahead, sir. Finish up, Herb.
Yeah, but basically the fact of the matter is the Integrity Commission gave him a pass and accepted his declaration. Right? They did not question whether the shares were public or private. Now, public shares, according to what I understand, they have to be declared. Private shares, on the other hand, may or may not be declared, but they didn't specify any of this stuff. So that could be where the Integrity Commission is coming up short. So the bottom line here is whatever the law required at the time is what they should have enforced. And we're talking about at the time. I don't know if they changed it since. I don't know if they want to contemplate changing it. But the bottom line here is if you're talking about the house, he's fine when it comes to the house. If you're talking about shares, if there's a question there, then they didn't fault him. They accepted it. And that's the bottom line. The Prime Minister, on the other hand, his stuff has all kind of holes in it. So they haven't accepted his.
So I have a question, you guys. I have a question. In 2020, which is, I think, the last statutory declaration we've gotten for the Prime Minister, there was a house there. And that house, remind me to come back to Mr. Goulding, because I'd like to say something about his declaration too. But I just want to look at the statutory declaration of the Prime Minister for 2020, right? So, all right, hold up. All right, so for 2020, I'm looking at it now. Again, it would be great if Rattigan could pull it up, right? The asset declaration. It said for real estate.
Let me ask Kevin. Hold on a second. Let me ask Kevin why they're doing that. Kevin, see if you can pull up the statutory declaration for the Prime Minister for 2020.
It's on the Commission's website on the statutory declarations, right? Okay, Let me just read it in the meantime to save time. It says real estate assets, right? $7 million Jamaican dollars purchase price. Declarant's estimated market value is JMD $20 million. Now, everybody knows, say, the house of Beverly Hills is worth more than $7 million at the purchase price, Jamaican, or Jamaican $20 million at the market value. I believe that real estate that is declared right here of $7 million for the Prime Minister, based on my reporting in 2016, because it matches the purchase price of the Great House Boulevard house that he owned with his wife based on the land record. They have, I think, a townhouse up there. And it was $7 million when they first bought it. And that was many, many years ago, right? I think it was 07, but no, not before 07, I think, right? I'm not remembering the dates of the purchase now. But in my view, Just from what I know, that seems to match that, right? I could be wrong, so I declare I could be wrong. But what I do know is, even if you look at the estimated market value of the declarant, which is $20 million, Jamaican, that does not match the Beverly Hills house. So let me ask you this, right? Let's use the same principle for the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister had come out, and we all know that ADMAT at the time in St. Lucia had owned the mansion up in Beverly Hills. Now, if it is that Mr. Honest didn't declare the real estate value here because ADMAT is the one that owns the real estate up in Beverly Hills, the question is, are we okay with that? Or are we going to have a different standard for Mr. Honest? The fact that same scenario, another entity owned the house at the time, are we going to say no need to declare that house Mr. Honest? Same principle, right? Can't hear. Did I get disconnected? Hold on.
No, we're hearing you. But you say, I love my prime minister. I don't want you bad mind my prime minister for him house.
Okay.
My response to this is, don't you dare talk about the prime minister's house. Not on Will Rattigan show. So be done. You're bad minding the prime minister. That's what I have to say about that. Different rules. While you can talk about Mark Golding's house, don't you talk about the prime minister's house. That is all.
You're being sarcastic or you're being serious?
That's my comment.
Oh, all right.
Zahra, this is what you're talking about?
I can't really see it that well.
Let me enlarge it. Hold on.
Yeah, please. This is 20. Okay.
Is this the one?
Just hold on and let me just make sure it's right. Yes.
No, what were you pointing out?
Real estate, item 4 on the assets.
Okay, real estate. All right.
Yeah.
You can see it right there, right?
Mm-hmm. But he does have realty income. Do you see that part where he declared in under 2? It says realty income 2.95 million Jamaican dollars, right? So there's some realty income there. And then, as I said, for real estate, it's $7 million as the purchase price. And then the market value is $20 million Jamaican.
No, is that accurate? Is that, I don't understand the question where we're going with this. Is that accurate?
The question I'm asking is, a St. Lucian entity, at the time this was put together in 2020, a St. Lucian entity, ADMAT Incorporated, owned the real estate up in Beverly Hills, the mansion that he has. We both know that that house is worth more than 20 million Jamaican dollars. I'm saying, would the same standard apply here, wherein, because Mr. Honest didn't directly own the real estate up in Beverly Hills, but ADMAT owned the real estate up in Beverly Hills, are we okay with Mr. Honest not declaring it under real estate, as we can clearly see at item 4?
Okay, I think it's a false equivalency, and here's why. If the title is in a corporation's name or somebody else's name, not related to the declarant, then you don't have to declare it, and it says clear. It clearly says so.
Right. So you're okay with it. That's what I'm saying. You're okay with him not
with him not declaring this.
Yeah.
Yeah. If he didn't declare that, and again, here's a problem. The problem is the way the law is written. That's the problem. And that's why we're saying if we want to change
That's all I
it,
was asking you. Yeah, if it's the same. Okay. All right.
But Ratty, you
yes,
hear me? Okay, if there was improvement to the property according to the accountant, if there's improvement to the property, he has to declare. In other words, he bought the land, right? And then he improved on the land. In other words, he built the house. So that's the improvement to the property.
yeah, but Herb, what they're asking for, right? On the assets, they're saying list the assets that you personally own.
Yeah.
Right. And I'm saying to you that the property in question is not owned by Mark Golding.
Okay.
It's not owned by.
No. I was addressing Wholeness's property.
Oh, what happened to it?
He improved on the property. He built a house on the property.
Yes.
So in improving the property, he's then forced to declare the full value of the property. This is what the accountant is saying.
Well, it depends because it depends. If the corporation paid for the improvements, then it doesn't have to. But if he paid for it out of his pocket, that's a separate question.
Right.
So if you keep it square, if you say, okay, the corporation owns this house and everything done in this house is going to be done by the corporation, then you don't have to declare it. But the moment you start paying out of your pocket, then there's a problem right there.
Pay to your pocket. Does that mean the money borrowed from SSL and from JMB, all of that stuff is coming out of his pocket because he's paying back those loans?
I don't know that he borrowed any money from SSL. Can I just state that there was no indication that he borrowed money from SSL? I know that he had money in an account at SSL based on the statement that Mr. Hoodis had put out himself, but I never saw anything there about him borrowing money from SSL.
He declared he borrowed money.
I never saw that at all.
Okay.
Yes, Jeffrey, don't you trouble Zion around here. I see your comment. Thanks for the comment. All right. Zahra, is there anything else you want because again, I'm let me just move this. I'm focused on what the issue is, and the issue is whether or not he should have reported the house. That's my issue. And I'm saying based on the way the law is written, no, he did not have to report it. And that's it.
All right. Well, I'm going to say to you that I think the Integrity Commission is the one that needs to say.
But they did. They did.
I think that they've
certified him. So that's
the right word, right? I don't even know if certified is the right word because it just said certified that it's been examined on each of these, whether it's Mr. Honus's own or whether it's Mr. Golding's own. It says certified that it's been examined and duly completed.
But Zahra, here's the thing. If we're going to accept the commission's word when it says it has certified other people's statutory declaration, why is it that we can't accept their word when they say, okay, we've certified Mr. Golding's? I mean, if we're going to be fair and apply the rules equally, then that should be the case. No, like I said, if we have a problem with the law, and I have a problem with the law, and I've said so, right? We need to change the law, tighten it up for it to reflect current situations, to say there are too many loopholes in this, we need to do this, we need to do that.
There was a point I wanted to make.
No, but before you do that, I just don't like when we have conversations and we leave the comment section out because we throw in our own words. When you certify something, if you have an old car and you need a certificate of fitness, if you don't get the certificate, it means you don't pass. Certify means a certification that you have passed the requirements. So if they say I certify Mark Golding's whatever his declaration, it means he has passed, and that's the end of the discussion. Maybe you can invite them to do so next year or when next it's required, but as it is right now, it's much ado about nothing. And the comment section has also what we have said from earlier. It's a false comparison and narrative. You can't compare Mark Golding with Andrew Holness. Smaddy did come with money and one never have none, and people are talking about whether or not these questions are what you need to ask in its capacity. Otherwise, it's kind of unfair.
And like I've said, I have no dog in this fight. I mean, what I'm trying to do is to bring fairness and transparency to the whole thing. And I think we've done that, because if the issue is the House, I don't think that he should have. And the Integrity Commission, they've certified him based on that. They've said no, he didn't have to do it. So let's see what happens. Oh, by the way, Zahra, before you go, because it sounds like you're getting ready to leave, let me ask you a question. The Integrity Commission, based on their rules, they gazetted the opposition leaders' summary. Do you know if they also gazetted the Prime Minister's summary as well? Because you're supposed to do both of them.
You know, to be honest, I haven't asked about the Prime Minister's summary, right? Because I was simply working on a particular story related to Mark Golding at the time. So my question was really more about whether Mark Golding's summary had been certified. And they had responded to say that they can't comment on any matter before it, right? So because of the legislation. You know, just one more thing I wanted to say about Mr. Golding in terms of what he said he would support a change. He said in a quote form that I would be in favor of a requirement that where the declarant is the ultimate beneficial ownership of shares in a company, that should be declared, and that financial statements should be provided to the Commission for non-listed companies in which the declarant has a substantial shareholding. So I just want and I asked him the question, why, if you had the opportunity crafting the Integrity Commission Act some years ago to amend the form to achieve more transparency, and you would have had a reporting requirement since 2007, and you would have been aware of any deficiencies in the form to achieve, you know, that transparency, you know, why didn't he change the form at the time? And he said, and he wouldn't respond to that question either. And so, you know, my parting questions are, you know, to everybody, as Jamaicans, what do we want from this form? Do we want a form where you have all these legal maneuvers, right? I know you guys answer the questions, but I'm just leaving these questions for Jamaicans to answer, right? Do we want a form with all these legal maneuvers? That's question one. Question two is, despite what Mr. Golding is saying regarding what was required, as I said, other lawyers may disagree with how that form should be interpreted, especially since he and his wife owned 100% of the shares of Tajibi between 2007 and 2021, mid-2021, right? So, you know, and he'll say it himself that, you know, he was a beneficial owner of the shares, right, of the company. So my point is, you know, when you have all of these things together, right, we have to ultimately decide. It's our Integrity Commission. It's our requirement in terms of what we want, and have the parliamentarians achieved what it is that we want as a nation for more transparency among our politicians. And I think at the very least, this question or this piece that was written by me achieves that purpose, to start a conversation about what do we want in terms of declarations, whether it's from our Prime Minister, Mr. Holness, anybody else that comes after him, or Mr. Golding, our opposition leader who could become Prime Minister, right? So these are the things that I would just like people to think about when we're, you know, thinking about the question of this Integrity Commission.
And that's fair. We should think about. Before you go, we haven't heard from John. I just want to make sure that John gets the opportunity to ask any questions. John, do you have any? Yeah, is there? You want to make a comment, question, observation?
Yeah, but I have a big problem with the form actually, because I agree with Zahra in the respect that all assets should be declared. Simple as that. Why does he need to have a company owning his house? Why has he done it? Nobody else can really do that. Only rich people can decide that they're going to form a corporation outside the country to buy a house. Why has he done it? If he wants to lead the country. He says he's a man of integrity, but here he is. He has a house, And he's done it for one reason, to avoid taxation. Taxation runs the country. You're not supposed to be dodging taxes. If you're a leader of the country, you're supposed to make sure that you pay your taxes, all
And
your
John,
taxes.
I'm so glad you made that point, because that's the subject of my one of the things I'm working on right now regarding taxation. Yeah.
But here's the thing.
Incentives.
Here's the thing. Tax avoidance is perfectly legal.
Oh, I know that. I know.
It is.
I know.
It is.
Yeah, but you have the morals.
I think
Yeah,
the
but
moral
not legal.
approach, John is dealing with the moral approach, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but look, here's the thing. And again, it goes back to the legislature, right? If we don't like these financial mechanisms set up to benefit certain people, then fine, let it be known to your parliamentarian and see if we can do something about the law. But until then, these things are written there.
Yeah,
And
but
so-
Rattigan, I want to say this though. You know, there is an issue of legality, which is the point John is making. There's an issue of legality, but then there is an also issue of, do we want our leader in power who, let us say, for instance, cheating. Cheating is legal in Jamaica, but do you want?
What kind of cheating? You mean like with your wife or husband? Or
Yeah.
you mean
Yeah.
extramarital affair is legal?
Yeah.
Oh, really? Where is that?
Here's that.
Isn't it legal here?
Whoa, how
It's
so? What do you mean? I don't understand. What do
Hold on
you
a second. Extramarital affairs are illegal in Jamaica?
mean? I'm confused.
No, I'm serious.
Adultery is the charge, right?
No, I'm serious. Adultery is legal. Is illegal in Jamaica?
Yes.
It's grounds for divorce. Well, I mean, I don't understand.
No. That's different. Divorce is different from illegal. Can you get locked up in jail, prison,
Oh,
for
no.
having an
yeah.
extramarital affair?
But being locked up is not the only marker for whether something is legal or illegal. But I mean,
Outside of divorce, which is a grounds, okay, so if extramarital affairs, you're saying is a grounds for divorce, but I'm just asking you, you know the law, I am not as familiar with this. Are you saying that an extramarital affair in Jamaica is punishable by the law in any way?
oh, no.
That's what I was making a point of. It's not illegal in Jamaica, right?
All right.
My point is, okay, so let's just say you have a parliamentarian, right? That is, in that instance, not what reflecting the values that you have, right? And you don't want that person as your leader based on that value system, right? You can choose not to vote for that person based on whether your value system and that person's value system match up, even though it is legal or not illegal to have an extramarital affair. And I think the point that John was making is that even though it may be legal to avoid taxes, do you want a leader that does that? Does that value system match up with your personal value system? So again, it's a talking point.
Yeah, but Zahra, that's the nature of politics. While you and John stands consensus eye them on this, there are rich people that would die right now if they heard that they couldn't cheat taxes. And they wouldn't, and then woe be on to charities, because if you can't cheat taxes, why would we give money to charities?
But the rich people, they're not running for office. There's a difference. So the question is, do we want a leader? That's the debate. You understand what I'm saying? It's a difference between my
what I'm answering you is that while you're saying that there is another set of people that's okay with it, like you just raised something, there are members of parliament that can have 7 baby mothers and crazy things can happen.
And most of us in this country are okay with that.
And we're okay with that.
Yes,
some of us are. Because some people want some people want their leader, when you interview them, they say, how much baby you have? And it's like 23 baby mothers and 23 babies. Real bad man. And then they get all the votes. They want that. It's just it's the reality.
It's our value system, exactly.
The value system in every country.
Does that value system match up though with some of us? You understand what I'm saying?
But then vote. Go vote for a pastor And then you
Well,
might
I
have a
wouldn't
valid
say that you have to be a
Pastor is just
pastor
as
in order to
dangerous.
have. No, I disagree with that statement by you, right? You don't have to be a pastor in order to
No,
be a
I'm
faithful
saying,
person,
no, I
right?
raised that. I said, go for a pastor, and then you're gonna have some people saying, but this pastor, this, him is a pastor, him is not,
No, but
him is not a Muslim,
I
and
don't
you're
like
gonna
the
hear
point you're
all kind of
making,
stuff.
right? That you have to
That's
almost be
why
a
you
pastor
vote.
in order to be in that area
No,
of
listen,
being
the
loyal to the person that
the
you're with. I reject
Constitution
that,
allows
right?
you,
I absolutely
you know,
reject that.
the
Sarah,
Constitution allows you to exercise your right to vote. You don't even need to have education to be a politician. That's the
True,
beauty
true,
of it. You can just
true.
get up one day and say, I am going to represent, and if you get the votes, that's what it is. And people will be shocked at who become politicians. And I mean, look at your politicians. So while we make the mark to change things, and I'm not against what you're saying, it's just there are it's a process, it is procedure, but at the same time, we can't breach the Constitution, we can't discriminate, we can't have false expectations for our leaders, and we might fall on a slippery slope with what we're doing. That's all
All
I'll
right.
say about
Let me just end it here by saying,
let me interject this for a second because Zara said something to me when I brought up the question of land transfer, right? 11 July 2011, the title was transferred. Funds from my account, this is a statement of the Prime Minister, at JMMB and Stocks and Security Limited were used to finance the purchase of the property, right? Another part of that, according to a copy of the transfer document from the Registry of the Titles Office, Holness signs as a director of ADMAT to purchase a piece of land in Beverly Hills, St. Andrew, March 2011. That's 4 months prior to him making that other statement. The property, which was previously owned by at least 5 individuals, was bought for US $300,000 or 26 million Jamaican at the time. All right. And Peter Phillips made statements to that effect also. Last part of this here, September 2012, subject began preparation of the site for construction, which involved the excavation of boulders and fragmentation of rocks. The resulting stones from this process were used to construct retaining, facing, and boundary walls. This initial phase was financed from my savings, salary, and suppliers' credit of approximately 3.8 million Jamaican. This initial phase cost approximately overall 8.6 million Jamaican. Do you have those figures with all your investigations?
This was a statement that he put out, right? But it doesn't say anything here about him taking out. This is the Prime Minister we're speaking about, Mr. Honest. We do not have anything here that says that he took out a loan from SSL, which is the point you were making. And I was just saying to you, I don't have any details that he took out a loan from SSL. He just said that he said funds from my accounts, in other words, funds from my accounts at SSL were used to finance the purchase of the property, which is very different from saying that he took out a loan from SSL.
Do we know how much money he had in SSL or JMMB?
That I don't know.
All right. Here's what we're going to do right now.
Because
we're going to have to close.
What was reported, he never had the full amount.
All right. We're going to have to close out because now we start going into the Prime Minister. We want to do a special program on the Prime Minister, just as we did one today on Mark Golding. We want a fulsome one, and we're going to have you back, Zahra, because we want you to come and tell us what you found out. Because a lot of people here in the chat and people watching, I don't think they're aware of your investigative report concerning at least 2 stories I'm aware of. One with the alleged corruption with the bushing contracts with the Prime Minister when he was minister.
No, I didn't do any bushing. Bushing is not me. Sorry.
Did you do one? No, you did one where when he was Minister of Education.
That was the same one in the house. That was the same. It was just in 2 part. When I said 2 part, I mean like a full show. It was like usually when I had a 3-part show, it was like one topic.
Everything was
on the Prime Minister. But as I said, this 2020 statutory declaration form, indicates to me, and I don't know for sure that house was not declared. I'm not saying that it wasn't declared because maybe it was declared on that different asset category. I don't know, right?
All right.
But I'm just saying when it comes to the real estate section, I just want to pinpoint, it says 7 million purchase price, 20 million market value. And I'm saying either value don't match that Beverly Hills house. That's all I'm saying. Okay.
All right. Well, here, let me just have the final word now. The final word is this. The issue we were looking at is whether or not the house should have been declared. And the overwhelming and the correct response is that no, based on the law, the way it's written. And a caller just called me and asked, well, what are we going to do about the law? Well, what we have to do is, especially people in Jamaica, we're going to have to reach out to our parliamentarians and say, look, we believe that there's some loopholes here in this law and we need you to tighten it up. And that's why they have an oversight committee in Parliament to look at issues, particular issues like what we're discussing right now. That's why they have that oversight commission to make amendments to the law. So until they do that, it is what it is, the way it's written right now. And like I said, I have problems with it, with certain aspects of it, but I don't have any aspects with as far as Mark Golden not declaring the house, because the house is not in his name and they're asking you to declare things that are in your name as far as real estate is concerned. So having said that, Zahra, look, it's been a pleasure. And we're going to have you back when we start doing the Prime Minister. When we do, because we're going to have that probably will be like a week-long, a 2-week series or whatever. Part 1, Part 2, Part 3. But until then, look, you take care of yourself. Thanks for taking time out of your holiday weekend to come, share your findings with us. And we look forward to seeing you soon. All right.
Thanks, guys, for having me. And I hope we got somewhere.
All right.
Take care. All right. Bye.
Bye-bye. All right. People have been asking about the 6. They've been saying what's going on with the 6, and we're still we're still with the Integrity Commission. So let me just throw it out on the floor here. What's going on with the 6? Maybe we should start with Isat and John because they're in Jamaica. What's going on with the 6? Can you give us an update?
Come on, Isat.
Waiting on John. We want John to speak.
Isaac, you can go.
So we are in the dark still. In terms of an update, what I did observe is that the lower level persons in the government agencies, they're certainly issuing or publishing their reports. Just recently, the Water Commission man didn't pay his $900,000 bill and he was sent on leave, and that's what's happening. But the big 6 is like a 6-piece of chicken at KFC. And you order it off a cook just right or it don't taste good. So that's held in abeyance. That's all I say about that. And I mean, nobody's saying anything. You raised something about Grace McLean. You realize that she don't have to pay back the money and that matter is closed. You see
what I'm talking about.
So I'm saying, I will say this though, Jamaica, all things are in place and the 6 will be protected. So don't worry about them. Nothing will happen to them. So just sit back and they will be protected. So if you're there and you're panicking and you're worried about what's going to happen to them, it's going to fly by like a 2-day wonder and their cases will not be prosecuted. Don't worry about it. All things were put in place already. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd agree with what Isaac said. It seems to be swept under the carpet, unfortunately. But what I don't understand about Jamaica is why hasn't it been leaked? People know about it. I mean, if somebody told me in confidence, I would just tell somebody else, so everybody would know by now. And that's what I just don't understand about Jamaica. What date was it? April this started, I think. Was it April? Isaac, was it April?
Yeah, it's been a minute now.
Yeah, and yet we're still in the dark. I just don't understand. You'd have thought by now at least one name would have been leaked, but here we are. And then we have Juliet Holness. We have her as Speaker of the House, and I just don't understand how that the PMP decided that they would, ratify her as the Leader of the House when she might be one of the 6. Why didn't they just say, no, we can't? She hasn't even signed the Code of Conduct. She hasn't signed a Code of Conduct, and now she's Leader of the House. I don't understand what is going on in this country, tell you the truth.
Well, John, here's the thing. The only 3 people in Parliament are supposed to know the 6. It's the clerk, the president of the Senate, and the Speaker of the House. So I think for the PNP to get up and say, "Oh, we don't want her here," the question will be, and if they ever got up and said because she's one of the 6, the question is going to be asked is, how do you know she's one of the 6?
But I didn't say that, Will. I didn't say that, Will. We don't know who the 6 are. We don't know who they are. And yet we change the speaker. We can't be changing the speaker when we don't know if she's one of them. And they said she hasn't signed, okay, forget about the 6. She hasn't signed the code of conduct. She's got to sign the code of conduct if she's going to be here, the Speaker of the House, surely.
Yeah, but not signing the code of conduct, that's not a reason to get rid of her as a speaker, though. Because nobody on the other side, nobody on the GLP side, including the Prime Minister, no one has signed that code of conduct, to the best of my knowledge. But what I'm saying to you, what I'm saying to you is that for the PNP to or the opposition to say, well, we don't want her there because she's one of the 6, even if they know, they're not supposed to know, so they can't say that. So they have to go along the program and say, all right, fine, let her go, which I think is a smart move, because once she's named, then she has nowhere to go but to resign. She has no place to go. She has to follow Marissa Dalrymple's footsteps. She has to go. Right? But here is something that I want to throw to all of you and to the listening audience. I'm sitting here and I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but I can't help but notice what's going on here. First thing is the DPP was supposed to have left. And then she did in under the cloak of darkness, and I mean it figuratively, they passed an amendment saying that no civil servants can stay up to 65, and so now she has to apply. It's the Auditor General. I think the 2 people affected by this, the Auditor General and the DPP. So the DPP has an extension now for 2 years, and the question I'm asking myself is, what is she going to do now in 2 years, and counting down? What is she going to do now that she didn't do in the last 15 years? I've read a report from one of her deputies, and it's not a very commendable report. But what is she going to do in 2 years that she didn't do in 15 years? And now she's back, and we haven't heard much from her. Now, I want to show you something. And here's one of the reasons, again, why I have a problem with this law. This law that we've been talking about, Integrity Commission Act of 2017. Because this law is supposed to be like a standalone law. This law is supposed to give the corruption prosecutor the power to prosecute without interference from anyone. But Section 94 of the Constitution says that the DPP is the supreme prosecutor in Jamaica. That's what it says. Now look at what Section 34 of the Integrity Commission Act. Look at what it says. Hold on. All right, look at this. It says the Director of Corruption Prosecution. This is the person responsible for prosecuting corruption in Jamaica. That she is subject to the powers conferred on the Director of Public Prosecutions by Section 94. What that means is that you have the right to prosecute Miss Director of Corruption Prosecution, but you will answer to the DPP. The DPP is your boss, right? Now, I have a whole heap of problems with this section, but let me show you something else. It says the Director of Corruption Prosecution shall conduct all criminal proceedings in relation to this act or any other enactment in accordance with any prosecutorial code of practice that may be implemented by the DPP from time to time. So the DPP has the right to set the procedure under which the corruption prosecutor will act. Now, here it is. Five, where a difference of opinion exists between the DPP and the Director of Public Prosecutions in relation to a matter referred to the DPP pursuant to Section 4, which is this, we'll get back to 4, the opinion of the Director, the opinion of the DPP shall prevail and be binding. Now let's go to 4. 4 says that the DPP the corruption prosecutor can go to the DPP seeking an opinion whether to prosecute or not. Also, the commission can also do it, and that's why I was surprised when the corruption prosecutor decided not to prosecute the prime minister. Why didn't the commission? Because the commission basically ratified, they concurred with the investigation that was conducted. Why didn't they go to the DPP and say, listen, we want you to take another look at this. You are the corruption prosecutor's boss. We need you to take a look at this and render an opinion. Put her on the spot. But to the best of my knowledge, they didn't do it. And here's what I'm worried about. I'm worried about that we have this drip now of, I think they're like 35 public servants who are being investigated. Who are being referred for prosecution. So you have the 6 parliamentarians, and you have about 34, 35, somewhere around here, public servants. This week, they gave us one name. Now, the president of the Senate, Mr. Tom Tavares Finson, who was supposed to be here today, he made a statement that he would release the report, or indicated that he would release the report this past Wednesday. The report was not released. Several weeks ago, when the Honorable Juliet Holness took the gavel as the Speaker of the House, she was approached by the opposition to release the names. She said, and I'm paraphrasing, that she just got the job, she didn't have a chance to look over the files, but that the following Tuesday she would provide some information to them. Tuesday came and went, nothing. So between the time that the Integrity Commission submitted the report to now, there's only been one name mentioned, and it's not one of the parliamentarians. Now, here's what I think is going to happen, or here's what I think they're planning, and I might as well just expose it. What I think they're planning to do is give us dribs and drabs, give us one here, one next week, one next month, so on and so forth. And we're going to be watching the shiny object, which is every week they give us one. In the meantime, the DPP has the power to decline prosecution of the 6. And there is no requirement that she has to make it public, not that I'm aware of. So while they're giving us one every week or every month, think about that. That's 35 people, 34 people. By the time they're done, we're past the election. The election has come and gone. And then they'll come out with a statement saying, oh, when people start asking questions then, and that's why I'm saying, especially with people like Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith, we can't stop. We have to keep the fire burning, because if we don't ask questions and wait until a year from now to ask questions, what about the 6th? The election gone. And then we're going to find out that the DPP, she declined to prosecute them. And guess what? The DPP is getting ready to leave. And guess what? The Constitution said even if the court action now, the pending court action as to whether or not she is constitutionally bound to have left when she turned 60, what was it, 63? If the court came back and said, no, you should have left, you shouldn't have remained, the decision that she's made regarding her declination to prosecute the 6, that is legitimate. That cannot be overturned. And we're going to have problems. So people, we need to start raise up the voice and burn the fire and ask about the 6. We can't just wait and have them give us one a week and say, oh, okay, all right, they have this guy from the Water Commission. Oh, he was in charge. He did this. Or this guy from over here, and this guy from over there, and this guy from Staten, and this lady from over here. And then we get distracted. We cannot get distracted. We need to start raising our voices. Now, last thing before I open it up to everyone. This week, someone wrote to me and they said, okay, Mr. Rattigan, what do you suggest we do at this point? And ISAT came to mind immediately when they asked. Because the first thing I thought about was to file for an injunction, followed by a writ of mandamus. And people, injunction, for those of you who don't know, is basically asking the court to stop something from going forward, right? And a writ of mandamus is basically asking the court to compel the government to do something that it is required to do, right? Now, here's another problem I have with the Integrity Commission Act. It doesn't say when the government has to release those names. It should have something in there saying once it's submitted to the parliament, they have 10 days or 14 days to table it, and then they announce the names. But it doesn't say that. So, it's an uphill battle. But so we have an injunction, we have a writ of mandamus. People will have to start applying for permits. Groups will have to start applying for permits and demonstrate. And the last thing is, and this is where Herb can come in, is that through his contacts in Washington, D.C., we can actually go to the State Department, the Jamaica desk or the Caribbean desk, the people State Department who oversee Jamaica, and raise this issue with them in Washington and raise it also at the UN. There are international treaties and laws that we can raise. These are the things we're going to have to do to get them to.
I think what Mr. Rattigan is talking about is going to the OAS and to the UN and asking them to ask the government specific questions about what you guys want to know. And your representative at the OAS and the UN is actually the Jamaican ambassador in Washington, D.C. Go ahead, Mr. Rattigan, you're back on.
No, I've just a few more seconds. And so I was, as I said, through his contacts, we can actually reach out to people in Washington, the State Department, and voice our objection, register our complaints with them so that this issue is ventilated at all levels properly. But these are the things we're going to have to do, because otherwise they will not provide the 6 names to us. I'm telling you this. So we have to start, as I said, blaze up the fire. That's all I have to say. I said, Herb, John, the floor is yours.
Well, pretty much, everything that.
Herb, stop 1 second there. There's a lady. Somebody's asking about when did this need for permit to protest come about? There's something called the Public Order Act in Jamaica, and it's illegal to protest without, and I forgot the number of people, without a permit. And that's why I'm telling people, don't go out there and just do something ad hoc. Do it legally and do it peacefully. And this is why Mr. Patterson got himself in trouble, the former UIC president, because he went out and started protesting, and he was looking to be arrested because he said he wasn't going to comply with any request to get a permit to protest against a government that he wanted to protest against. He didn't see the need of getting a permit from the government when you want to protest against the government. But that's what you need. There's something called the Public Order Act. Take a look at that, please. Herb, sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Hey, no problem. Now, what I was enthused about seeing on the news yesterday is the fact that there's a politician out there that wants to push Project Star, which is the police and the private sector involvement in communities on a much larger scale. And I think that a program like that would be very promising, because then you could get the diaspora in addition to the private sector to make direct contributions and to expand the Project Star program within the communities, the community development programs, expand it at a higher rate. We've talked a lot today about taxes and people filing taxes, but we do need to push our own fund, the One Jamaica Legal Defense Fund. We need to push funding for community projects. And I've said before that community projects come under the purview of the things like the FIFA Foundation for football, and it also comes under the American Jamaican Foundation, which is in New York, right? We need more organization within communities requesting funds from these entities, right? Friends of Jamaica, I should have said. The Friends of Jamaica, they open up in November and they go all the way into February. The other one is the FIFA Foundation. They open up in April and close in April. So they don't waste a whole lot of time. So if you have communities that have an interest in development of the community using football, right, or using the American Friends of Jamaica, then you need to start thinking about what projects you want to do, who's going to be involved, and you need to get together with your favorite CTC or a pastor who has interest in community development or any other nonprofit, registered nonprofit, so we can get these things moving along. Right now, that's my public service announcement for the day. John, Isaac, anything?
Yeah, I'll chip in. Yeah, I've heard about Project Star, but as usual, that's some kind of charity. Jamaica isn't poor. I keep saying that Jamaica isn't poor. I was looking at our debt yesterday, and after hearing this talk about the debt to GDP ratio going down, so they started this project back in 2013. So it's been going for 10 years. And when they started talking about we're heavily indebted, they use its GDP figure of, a ratio of 147% to make it look like we're heavily indebted, when the debt was only 20 billion US dollars. Japan has a debt of 9,200 billion US dollars. So I don't understand how anybody can look at Jamaica and tell us that we're heavily indebted when we have a country owing over $9 trillion. Jamaica isn't heavily indebted. At the moment, we owe 14 billion US. Anyway, over the last 10 years, I'm going to go to Jamaican dollars now. Over the last 10 years, we spent over 2,800 billion Jamaican dollars on a debt that has gone down by just, let's see the figure, $20 billion, something like that. We spent 22 billion US on a debt that's gone down by about 7 billion. So Jamaica isn't poor. If you can spend 22 billion and your debt only goes down by 7 billion, there's obviously something wrong. Where's the other 14 billion? These are the issues we need to talk about. We don't have to be talking about trying to get more charity. We need to solve the problems that we have. We say we have a fiscal policy that is ruining the country. Without a shadow of a doubt, it's ruining the country. As I keep mentioning it, we have $4.4 billion allegedly sitting in the reserves that could be used to build roads, and we can have renewable energy. We decided to transition to natural gas instead of just going and investing in renewable energy. If we'd have done that, the country now would have the cheapest electricity in the world, and we would have manufacturing, which we don't have. The IMF were here back in June, and they stated that the Jamaican growth rate will be about, what they say, 2.2% for this year and 1.8% for next year. So that's just stagnant, because what we're going to be doing, the same old things as usual, more tourism, more BPO. They can't pay for the country, we know that. But we're going to continue doing the same old thing over and over again. And then we have mining, as I've mentioned before, that we don't get any money for mining. And yet nobody wants to get up, and everybody should be out in the streets about that. At the moment, I just read a report that they're planning in St. Anne to use the local narrow roads. The trucks are going to be using those to transport the bauxite. It's incredible. We know that bauxite, the dust from bauxite, is toxic and kills people, but now they're going to use our roads now to transport it, so they're going to have dust everywhere now. So we have so many issues now that we need to solve. And I say that if we will mention protesting, or that's what we have to do. We have to organize somehow a national day of protest, because we all have reason to take to the streets. Children have reasons to take to the streets because they don't have education. Parents have to take to the streets because they can't send the children to the school that they want to, or they just don't have the money. We have the bauxite communities, they need to take to the streets. We all need to take to the streets. We have to do something. We can't just sit back like this all the time and just keep talking. Because I've had calls from people in the diaspora, and they're desperate to come home, but these are people older than me, and they're desperate to come home, and they can't. Simple reason they can't come home is because of the JLP and the PNP. These two parties, nothing will change under them. Anyway, that's my 2 cents worth.
I sat.
I don't even think I have 1 cent more than nonsense to talk, because the more things change, the more they remain the same. I mean, we have an accountability problem, and that's pretty much what it is. And I don't think that there's much further that we can go, because until we know who the 6 are, politically, we are just we're eunuchs politically. That's where I'm at. So when the Prime Minister speaks, I don't want to hear anything he has to say, because he's not telling us who the 6 are. Every time the Senate meets, it's almost like failing, because, as John would say, there's no advocacy from the People's National Party as to why are they participating in a Senate when the 6 is not released. Why is Parliament being held when the 6 is not released? And time is passing. Until that happens, I mean, I want to see Jamaica rise up like they did when they came down on ISAT for using words for quoting dancehall lyrics. I want to see that type of energy and accountability. I want to see the private sector mad. I want to see the church mad. I want to see the Bar Association mad. I want to see everybody mad to find out what our leaders is doing, because it's our taxpayers' money. That's how I feel about it. When we talk about debt and all of those things, and when you're sitting down and you don't have no money, these things are all abstract to you. So every time I hear John talk about the debt and stuff, I know he's right, but I know there are people like me that's sitting down saying, well, me not have no money, so I don't even know if we'll worry about the money. Where's my little reparations? And if I'm going to give us reparations, I sure hope this government don't collect it to give it to me. I hope that the king will give me mine in my hand. And that's the type of conversations I have with my little simpleton self. But our government is failing us, and until they tell us who the 6 are, I don't care about the local people and the people in the ministries, because we know this country is being run by persons who think that taxpayers' money is their money, and they're treating it like a family business. And what else can we say but to hope that we survive? And that's where I'm at. That's where I am at. And no, I'm not gonna call no Obia man, but one thing me know, my Baba now fail me. So continue to write your press release and things. Me not gonna send Thomas so nobody belly hurt them or them foot drop off. So they better release the 6 before the local government election. That's all me I gonna say. Argument done.
Is there a date for the local government election now?
It happened. Me now ask Christ, them have to call it next year in February. And if them no want to release the 6, them better call everything, general and everything, make Parliament get dissolved, and then the 6 can release, and then them do what them doing. That's how I see it. But yeah, at least local government election will call. And while this happening, hopefully the candidates remain in place, because when them not raping, them being accused of thieving, who not thief, it's so many things. It's just messy. It's so messy. And then the 9-day wonders, they don't get the type of media coverage for the people to understand what's going on in Jamaica. Marvin Gaye said, "What's going on? What's going on?" Yeah.
You're muted, Ratty.
Yeah. I made mention of this, but I think I need to throw it out so people can really pay attention to this. Again, the problem is with the law. Look at this right here. This is section, this is what it is. This is a gag order, right? That's why you can't talk about it. And the way I'm reading it, it says, until the tabling in Parliament of a report under Section 36, all matters under investigation. The report, that's the investigation is over. Because the report is coming and it's saying the investigation is over, and it based on the last brouhaha, now we know that it's probably going to be accompanied by a report from the prosecutor saying that I recommend prosecution. Because if they said if she had said I'm not recommending prosecution, then that would be the end of it. So as far as I'm concerned, the investigation is over. So it says all matters under investigation by the director of investigation. That's over. So if I were, and look, I'm not politicking for a job. In fact, I'm perfectly fine where I am in this position because I can speak freely. You know, there's no gag order on me. But if there's a job that I would be politicking for now, it's for Greg Christie's job, because I would come out and talk about it and raise this. Let them challenge this in court. I'd say, wait a minute, the investigation is over. We're talking about prosecution now. This doesn't prevent me from talking about the prosecution. It prevents me from talking about the investigation while the investigation is going on, because it says all matters under investigation. The investigation is finished. So this is not really a gag order. It's a gag order while the investigation is going on, but it's not a gag order once the investigation is over. So that's something that I would clearly raise. I would be out talking about the 6, saying, look, in fact, I would start off by saying, ladies and gentlemen, people of Jamaica, and by extension the world, the investigation is over. And therefore, this section does not apply. Let me tell you about the 6 people that 6 people that have been recommended for prosecution. And I would mention the name. But what Greg Christie, look, if he has intestinal fortitude, if he has guts, because it takes guts to do something like this, if he has guts, he should come out. If he has a spine, he should come out and say, listen, my reading of this is that I can speak about the 6, and so I'm going to speak about the 6. But people, remember this. This is section 53, subsection 3. It talks about investigation. And we need to understand that this report that is before Parliament, there's nothing else to be done with it. There's no further investigation. The investigation is over. And it was over, and it was referred to the commission, and it was referred to the corruption prosecutor. And if the corruption prosecutor says, okay, fine, I will prosecute, then you're not bound by this gag order. That's my reading of it. So that's what I would do. Let me just take this off and move on to something else. John, you were talking about the bauxite, and I know that you're very passionate when it comes to bauxite, the debt, and renewable energy. Talk to us about the debt in terms of the GDP forecast by the World Bank this week. Are you aware of it, by the way? First thing.
Yeah, I am aware. Yeah. As I said, briefly. I said that they mentioned the debt to GDP ratio going down all the time. And the fact is the debt isn't going down. So it was nearly $2 trillion, Jamaican dollars, in 2013. And I looked at the debt the other yesterday, and it sat at 2 trillion it was before, and there's 2.27 trillion. So it's actually gone up in those 10 years. And we spent over 2.8 trillion. So I don't understand how this is good debt management, how this is a good fiscal policy. I think if the people want to hear me again, the debt has actually gone up. It was 2 trillion in 2013, and now it sits at 2.27 trillion, and more than 2.8 trillion has been spent. Last year alone, when Clark was bragging about his debt management, the debt only went down by 36 billion, and yet we spent 307.5 billion. So the IMF has stated, go.
I tell you what. Speak the language of a farmer or a laborer. Tell them what does this mean, because we understand what it means. But for somebody in the the ordinary man in the street, what does this mean?
It means that we don't have roads. That money that we should be spending on roads has gone into the pockets of the people who lent the money to us. So we have a massive interest rate that we pay. This financial year, they're going to spend something like nearly 288 billion. And of that money, they're going to use 155 billion of that. It's just going to pay 169 billion, is going to just pay interest alone. So billion US is just going to pay interest that's going into people's pockets due to debt that we, the people, know nothing about. It was borrowed for projects, and there's no benefit. We can't see any of the benefit, but it's 20 billion that was borrowed years ago. So for the man in the street, when he looks at his roads, he'll know that, I don't have a road because of the debt management. It's simple as that. We don't have healthcare. We don't have markets. We don't have transport centers. All of the things that we don't have is because of the bad management of the country. All I'm saying is that I'm asking for prudence, nothing more. I'm not asking for the government to increase taxes or do anything. All I'm asking the government to do is look at how it spends the people's money. An example is JPS. We spend in the region of 150 million every year to light our streets and our police stations and our schools. And they do it very, very badly. That money, we should invest that money instead of giving it to JPS. That's going to be prudent. That's all I'm asking for, is some prudence. They're saving money in the NRI, the National Reserves. They could stop saving money in the National Reserves now because there's more than enough there now, and use that money in capital expenditure. So that's why we don't have bridges. Look at Troy. Troy's been without a bridge from, over 2 years. There's a place in Clarendon, Trout Hall in that region. 2017, their bridge was washed away. And the following year, the Governor General, they spent $2 million US on the Governor General, when in 2017, he had a bridge washed away. So we're talking about our priorities here. They don't have any priorities in this country, none whatsoever.
But to be fair, John, the Prime Minister is fighting crime.
We'll get a marvelous job of that as well.
Hold on, we'll get to that. Somebody just asked me they asked what does 54, I guess they can't see the program. They're asking what does 53, the gag order, what does it say? 53, section 53 of the Integrity Commission Act of 2017, subsection 3. It says, until the tabling in Parliament of a report under section 36, all matters under investigation by the Director of Investigation or any other person involved in such investigation shall be kept confidential, and no report or public statement shall be made by the Commission or any other person in relation to the initiation or conduct of an investigation under this act. And my point is, it says it in relation to the initiation or conduct of an investigation. The investigation is over, so they should be able to talk about it. And while we were just talking about it, a good friend of mine, a parliamentarian actually, he texted me and he gave me the names of the 6. So I have the names of the 6 here, but he asked me in to keep it in confidence. And I think somebody was saying, why hasn't this been leaked? Well,
yeah, I said it. Yeah.
Well, I knew about it before, but a parliamentarian just sent me the names of the 6. And
wonderful. Tell us that, Will. Wonderful.
So into secrecy. The person said,
well, tell me, and then you can tell me, Will, and then I'll tell everybody. There you go.
person said, no, seriously, the person is a well-known politician, and the person said, you know, I'm telling you this in confidence, and you cannot mention it until the report is public. But I have the 6 names in front of me.
But Will, you just said before, only 3 people know. That's what you said. The clerk, the speaker, and somebody else, and now there you are. So it's one of those 3 people just told you. Is that what you're saying?
No. Hold on. Only 3 people got the information from the Integrity Commission. But those 3 people, they have colleagues in Parliament and in the Senate. So they talk.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, and that's not to be leaked by now. It should have been leaked.
It's not those 3. Those 3. Listen to me carefully. Yeah. What I said was that the 3 people I said they received the report, but they received the report, but they didn't keep that information to themselves. Them are brethren and sisters who them talk to, all right?
Yeah, and that's why it's believed.
Yeah, and so one of their brethren, I know you're trying hard, John, but one of their brethren said to me, "Listen, here is the information. Keep it in confidence." So I have it. So
listen. So you can tell me. I won't tell nobody, but if we get 6 pieces of KFC.
No, seriously, somebody just send it to me. See that? All right. No. The crime rate. I thought you just said that the Prime Minister is fighting crime. And somebody's lending your phone, Ratty. Somebody's asking. Somebody's a your brethren too. Oh, somebody said text me. All right. I see the name. All right, fine. I'd much rather do that. What I'll do is Herb is the intelligence guy here. So what I'll do is I'll let Herb send it from his super secret text station to some of you so you can see it. Somebody said Kamina send it to me.
One thing here, John, Ratty. Question just got. As to John's bigger point, there is an expectation of competence and integrity in the government. Shouldn't there be a public-private partnership that discusses how capital can be effectively deployed?
Yeah, that's very good now. Yeah, definitely agree with that.
And okay, so are we talking about public, as in the PSOJ? Should they have anything to do with it, or are we talking about other associations like the CDCs and the other association? I know the government doesn't like any social programs. This government doesn't. The PNP does specialize in social programs. So what can be done to enhance the disposition for these people out there who are underserved and in need of services? The people the bridges collapse, the roads are so bad, it damages their cars every week, every day just about they drive on it, they're taking a chance, rolling the dice. How can the government serve those people when, as we said before, the IMF prohibits spending of the $4 billion reserve that they have?
A new constitution, that's the only thing we can do. We have to have a new constitution.
That would overrule the IMF?
Yeah, in the constitution, it'd be just written there, won't it? We'll have to get into a discussion with the IMF. And the other thing is, as well, we'd make it international about what the policies are, what our alternatives are, and what the IMF said to do. It's outrageous what the IMF said, their package. It's outrageous. These people are supposed to be economists. They've come to the country, they've looked at the books, and thought, okay, then we'll look at your outgoings, your recurring charges, what you're paying every month, every year, every month. So what? Public sector workers, oh, we don't like them, so we're going to cut their wages. So you have to cut their number and we'll give them a freeze. Oh, we won't spend anything. You have to cut your money on healthcare, cut your spending on education. That's what the IMF advocated for. Now, when it came to looking at JPS bills, they didn't look at that, completely ignored that. Why? Because it's a foreign investor making money, and the IMF does not want to interfere with foreign investment, and that is our problem. The IMF looks after big business. It doesn't look after the people. So their policies are aimed not for the people to benefit, but for big corporations, for them to make money. So when they borrow at high interest rates, they're getting free money. So I said, the only way we can change that is if we have a new constitution, and in the constitution it will be protected. Our resources will be protected, and we'll have to go to the IMF and have these discussions with them and the World Bank. And we'll put them cards on the table and show the people, look, the debt was 20 billion, we spent 22 billion, and it's 14 billion now. That is obviously wrong. And in the international community, people be outraged by it. They're going to look at the country and say, my God, these people don't even have roads. The children aren't going to school. And that's what you did to them. You've come here under this pretense that you're here to help black people, because that's all what it's all about. All our countries, we have this high debt to GDP ratio. And we must have a high debt to GDP ratio because the IMF and international multinationals have made sure all our countries are poor. So we must have a low GDP. And so our debt to GDP ratio must be high. And by having a high debt to GDP ratio, they can say, oh, you're risky. Because you're risky, we won't lend. We'll lend to you at 15% interest, while Japan can lend at 1% interest, and France can lend at a minus interest rate. Can you believe that? A minus interest rate. France borrowed money in 2021. They borrowed 6.2 billion euros, and the lender gave them 18 million euros. Whereas Jamaica, we're spending $1 billion every bloody year just on interest. A so-called poor country. So it doesn't look like we're the rich country if we can be spending money on interest rates, and then France can't spend money on interest rates. We have to have a new constitution so all of this gets opened up for the people to know and the people internationally to know, because we cannot, our black nations cannot go forward like this. We've been screwed. We'll always be poor. We need a new constitution to that can sort out everything. That's my belief, and I think that's what we should be pushing for. People should take to the streets of protest. We organize the National Day of Protest. People go out. We reject the CRC and then nonsense constitution that will only a constitution that will be for the JLP and the PNP. They say they have a president, and the president will be just like the Governor General. These people will never, ever, ever in a million years be prosecuted. We can talk about the six until the cows come home. I'm not even bothering to talk about them because they're never going to know. They're never going to be prosecuted. No, the DPP is all powerful. She just say, no, I'm not going to bother with that. No, we'll just brush down under the carpet.
But you know what? I take the attitude that we still have to try. I mean, every time that I didn't kick the soccer ball at the goal, I was 100% sure I wouldn't score. All right, you kick it and you never know what might happen. You might have a ricochet. You never know. But there's some people there are a few people in chat, and one of them two issues. One regarding the letter. I'll talk about that next. But let me talk about this first. People are trying hard to get the names out of me. One person said, I think it's Loxley, said, should the Speaker of the House resign? That's a cute way of finding out. But Loxley, and for all of those who arrived late, let me go back and read you from my monologue, something that I think you're going to find interesting. All right, I'll read it word for word. It says, next week, God willing, we are going to be extremely busy. I will do a segment on the Prime Minister's wife, an MP, and the Speaker of the House of Representatives. Many roles and responsibilities, but one person, none other than the Honorable Juliet Holness. I will show several things regarding Mrs. Holness. I will show her questionable business practices that have been described by some as corrupt. I will show her cunning and persistence in getting what she wants at any cost. I will show what appears to be her attempt to steal land and destroy the fabric of a quiet community. I will show, based on her own sworn statement in court, a possible reason why the Integrity Commission should investigate to determine if she accurately accounted for her assets. I will show photographs. I will show letters. I will show emails. I will show building plans. I will show videos. I will show reports. And I will show a community presentation. That I will show next week, Saturday. Tune in next week, Saturday, for that. So for those of you asking whether or not she should resign, plenty of reason why she should resign. And you're going to hear them. You're going not only hear them because you've heard about them now, but you're going to see them next week, and you won't believe your eyes, the things that I'm going to show you. You're going to be blown away as to how these people operate.
Yeah, but I don't want to deflect, Mr. Rattigan. Because as in my limited capacity as an attorney on this show, when Zahra was on here, you spoke about Section 36. Now, if it is true that Section 36 is during the investigation and the investigation is over,
yes,
technically, if you have those names,
you can put them out there.
We can just talk about those names.
I think that's why
over. So I'm advocating for calling Leak the Six.
Yeah, I agree. Leak.
In the words of the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, Kamina Johnson-Smith, that will never happen.
That's your hero.
Comments far from the words of the Baroness. At the end of the day, Rattigan is just chat.
No, but
well, a close associate of the majority leader in the Senate sent me something earlier. It does have 6 in there. And
all right,
I'll make this prediction. One of them is a wholeness. Now you tell me. Which one would you go for, Isaac?
Let me tell you something. Me have my trial November 2nd. I don't want no new charges. Just love me.
Just
no, somebody said that I'm dreaming about coming at night. Here's what I'm dreaming about. I'm dreaming about when we start holding politicians accountable, like John is saying. Because right now, the perception is that nothing will happen to anyone involved in government because that's just the way the system is. And as we say, I saw the system set. My job here is to expose the system for the way it's set and try and have them do a course correction so that people can actually be held accountable. And that's why I grab on to this, but I also grab on to some people about the Ministry of Agriculture. I don't come out fully yet with it. And I also grab, oh, by the way, people, every single penny that has ever come to Jamaica over the last 10 years, donor funds, we're looking into that right now. And as soon as we get that information, that's one piece of information that we're going to follow to the very end, because we want to know where did the money go. And we have qualified people here in our organization who can track and trace funds. And we're going to find out where every single cent of donor funds went. We know the focal point. When it got to Jamaica, we know the group, the agency that handles all, not some, all donor funds. We are going to go there and start from there, because this is something that will directly benefit the people of Jamaica. This is not, no, we're talking philosophically, or, we're just talking just to blow off some steam. This is where the money arrived in Jamaica and people did not receive the benefit. And so we're going to follow that to the very end. The sixth name. Oh, look, Herb by his own admission say he has the names too, right? So So everybody will beat up on me.
Because you have the real 6.
Well, the 6.
No, you have the 6.
Let me tell you, the 6 is real, you know. But all now, I don't hear a knock on my door, no bike, no outside, no KFC, no come my way. So me not give up no names and me not get no chicken. I don't say it go.
I tell you what. Let me turn on the phone right now. People can start calling because we have largely forgotten, and we shouldn't have. It's my fault. I should have turned on the phone before. But the crime rate. Talk to me, Herb. Talk to me about the crime rate, and then John and I can jump in because they actually live in Jamaica, so they're actually witnesses to what's going on. Not direct witnesses to crimes being committed, but witnesses in the sense that right. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Look,
so talk to me about the crime rate, Herb.
Well, according to the Commissioner of Police, the crime rate in Jamaica is going down, right? You know, burglary, rape, all of that fun stuff. He says it's going down. Now, when we challenge him on the murder rate, he said that's actually gone down also. Just that people are just a little bit more murderous, where they're killing quadruple, triple, double, and they're all out to give ISAT a lot of business, right? So the bottom line is ISAT is going to have to speak up and say, hey, I don't want your business. So don't go there killing all these people. That is the current gist of everything. Even though we have challenged them, we have said that the murder rate, based on the missing, there's a lot of people missing the past 7 years, but they have not graduated to the list of people who have been killed. So I guess they're waiting 7 years before they declare them dead. But the bottom line is, what we're concerned about is the murder rate, that it is just out of control and in the headlines every day.
You know, I mentioned it last week. I think it was last week I mentioned it. And I've actually sent something to the Ministry of National Security asking for the information. Regarding murder investigations, because I was told that this is one way that they hide the true number of homicides. Because if they say we're investigating, it's a murder investigation, that number doesn't get transferred to the homicide rate. Also, autopsies. They said that you have to have the coroner declare cause of death, and even sometimes they said somebody's beheaded and clearly the cause of death, but they said no. The person could have been drowned, and then they chop off the head. Stuff like that. So those numbers are not reflected in the homicide rate. So we're talking about murder investigations, autopsies, and missing persons. Folks, I have bad news for you. The homicide rate is much higher than what is reported. It's much higher than what is reported. So I don't know what, and then when you look at Plan Secure Jamaica, which is the government's crime plan, you look at that. You look at Operation Relentless that they have. You look at all of these operations, and you look at the fact that they've been spending money since 2016. In fact, they brag. They said we've spent more money than any other administration to fight crime. But when you look at the statistics, they show that if they're spending money to fight crime, they're not spending it wisely, because the rates are higher than prior to 2016. And prior to 2016, like they didn't have states of emergency. They didn't have ZOZOs, and they didn't have the type of funding that they have. I mean, the Minister of National Security made an announcement that he's been spending 1.2 billion with a B US dollars since 2016 to the end of this fiscal year, which ends March of next year, that he's spending it. Yet we see policemen without proper resources. We see them without boots, without clothing that they were supposed to get for free from the government. Look at the vehicles. And not to mention what they're doing to our brother, our friend, the real crime fighter, Chairman Rowan James. I can't wait for the day when he takes his rightful place up on Old Hope Road at police headquarters, either as police commissioner or as one of the, member of the inner circle. Because what they're doing to him is just disgraceful. And who's suffering? The Jamaican people are suffering as a result of that. So you're right, Petra. Where is that money going? We don't know. So we're going to start asking questions now, and we're going to start asking questions, and we're going to start filing lawsuits. And that's why it's important for all of you guys to where is it? Kevin, oh, here it is. That's why it's important for you to support that organization, the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation, because that is the organization that is deadly serious about fighting on behalf of all Jamaicans. Think about it. They have so many NGOs in Jamaica, so many civil society groups. And ask yourself, how have they benefited you? How have they benefited you? I would like somebody from my place, from down the Waterhouse, tell me how have they benefited by a civil society group going to bat for them against the government as far as crime is concerned. I'd like for them to tell me that, because I don't know of any. I would like to tell them, but we have a lot of them. So people screenshot this thing here and take it down and send the funds in, because somebody reminded my good friend in Berlin, Germany, said that that it was Edward Seaga who coined the phrase, "It takes cash to care." Well, I'm going to adopt it. It takes cash to really care, because without the money, we cannot afford to get the lawyers involved, people like ISAT. We cannot afford to get the public relations people on board. Without funding, we cannot afford to get the investigators, people like Herb and the rest of the team, the guys out in Hong Kong and the guys here. We can't get them to do the stuff that we need to do. So, folks, there it is. They say that it's a talk shop and we're not doing anything. Well, here's what we're doing. We're saying provide the funding. And again, it's $100 that's suggested. And I strongly emphasize the word suggested. If you only have $5, send it, please. It is going to be greatly appreciated, as much as if you send $1,000. If you can send $1,000, it is going to be appreciated likewise. So, by the way, the phone is on. Let me put up the number down at the bottom. There it is. So if you want to call and join the conversation, please do so, and you can do so now. So, gentlemen, Isat and John, you're coming up on you've started the holiday weekend. Give me your take on what we should be doing in light of what the heroes did, so that we could afford to be on a platform like this talking about issues affecting Jamaica today.
So let me start by saying there's nothing we the people can do because we don't know who the six are. So it would be just like idiots running around talking about what we could do. And they're gonna dress up. Listen up, they're gonna dress up, probably some six of them gonna dress up, and they're gonna have ODs and CDs and MDs and DVDs, medals paid by taxpayers, and behave like they're distinguished gentlemen and women. And we just gonna be talking about, them get honor, and them honor them, and them feel like them are somebody, and that's just unfair for us. But in this weekend, I'll just say that the word is love, the word is empathy. What we can do is spread the love. I would have been in several spaces and speak about what we're seeing, where we're talking about we've gone from murder to quadruple murder is as a result of changing the Firearms Act and raising the mandatory minimum of possession of firearm to 15 years. And every time they change the laws and thinking that the answer is to be more punitive in terms of sentencing, they have enraged and cause persons to be more vicious and animalistic. And that's something that we must consider when we're talking about crime and fighting crime. Remember, you know, before it was gun crimes, people used to go bow, bow, bow and shoot people. Now, because they don't want to get caught with guns, they're cutting off heads and stabbing up people. And when they go for, if they go for one man, they have to kill everybody in the house because they can't leave no witnesses because the sentence is going to be high. And that is a part of what we need to do in terms of rethinking. When you look at what people go to prison, when white people go to prison in their countries, or European countries, the sentences for whatever they're going there for is not as harsh. We are still treating black people in the criminal manner to turn them into savages. And because of that, the ripple effect is that culturally, people are saying they're not going to go to jail. They don't want to go to jail, but jail is not extricably linked to crime. People who are committing crimes don't care about the aftermath, because a lot of times the emotions and the passion is what causes the crime to be, especially high crime, the high crime we're talking about in the Jamaican space. And we have to be cognizant of that. So when we talk about social programs, and I hear Rattigan is talking about the money that's spent on fighting crime. No, the police officers got really nice upgrades in terms of the uniform, and everything is just, everything is aesthetics. Because I tell you, sometimes you want to see the police women in the blues. Anyway, let me just leave that alone. Them look nice. Like you don't really want them lock you up and put some cuffs on you and rough you up. The police women look good in the blue. So kudos to Google Gaga for ensuring that the police women are wearing the blue. Because especially you go 100-man police station, all of them in the blue, and it suck up on them hip, and them look like Nicki Minaj and Cardi B. And them all on TikTok in the new uniform, and it just looks good. So I think it's money well spent. As far as fighting crimes, we don't start spending no money in fighting crime. And the response is, because the government knows that, then they go and they just do the same overnight legislation and increase mandatory minimums. So I sound like I'm rambling, but there's a lot of sense in the jokes that I'm making, because I have to make it comical, because it's very, very unfortunate, and we need to think about that. And the public, the people, just have to be really passionate towards themselves, because a high crime society is only a high crime society because the government is failing to protect the people. That's when you know you live in a high crime society. And that's my take on that. So the Heroes Weekend, don't drive.
Edward Siago said you take cash to care.
Hold on a second, Isaac. Yeah, go ahead. What was that?
You just said Edward Siago said it takes cash to care, right?
To kill? No, not cash to kill.
No, cash to care.
Cash to care. Oh, okay. Yeah, I heard that. I gave the credit to somebody else. I heard it from someone else.
Okay, but he also said he's going to put a lot of jingles in the pocket.
Okay. All right.
So it takes cash to care, but he's going to give the people jingles.
Okay.
You know what is jingles,
I won't
right?
mention the jingles part then.
The jingle part is coin.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. I won't mention that.
Okay, he did say that though.
Okay.
All right.
All right, my brother. Take care of yourself. All right. Bye-bye. As I was saying before I got knocked off, there's a security summit on Sunday, October the 29th. It's on the Make We Talk program. It's a security summit between Jamaica and South Africa, and they're going to have a lot of participants. We're going to have people from the US, Jamaica, and South Africa, and it's all going to be law enforcement. So tune into that if you want to hear about solutions to the problems in both countries, because South Africa has a crime problem that's similar to Jamaica's. And the difference is that they're actually, you can actually see them doing certain things. You can see them trying. Whereas in Jamaica, we don't see much of an effort. They don't have vehicles. They don't, and I don't even need to go over the list. Let me just take this call here. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan, sir. Go ahead, please.
Yes, sir. Greetings.
Yes, greetings.
Yeah, man. Checking see if I can if I call in time now.
Yes. Yes, you have a question for us?
Yeah.
Yeah,
greetings.
go ahead.
Yeah, Zahra is still there?
No, Zahra departed a while back.
Yeah.
So you don't have a question
well, I
for
guess,
us. You wanted to ask Zahra a question.
Yeah, man, I had some questions for her, you know.
Okay. All right.
Excuse my manners, I don't know if I even know that I'm on. Greetings to all great people of our sacred planet, people across all the lands in Jamaica and the Liverpool. Yeah, I really had some questions for her.
Go ahead and ask it, man. Maybe we can answer it for you.
All right. So, if just in case she's still listening, I am not sure what was the objective for today, but just to, until my brain can catch up to the objective, just to point out or to ask her if she have any, if it is that is she have an interest in truth, right across, right around, right up, right down, to take a look at the, not to take no look, but to have an in-depth investigation in what is left of the CIA, aka the UIC. Because some serious corruption is on that side. I'm not sure. I haven't seen her. Well, I don't know if she has started any investigation, and I don't know if she's interested in investigating that. But Zahra, if you're listening, this is Babatunde. I am urging you to do some investigation in what is left of the UIC, aka CIA. Yeah.
No, Babatunde, before you go, aren't you a member of that party?
No, I was kicked out. I was kicked out, but to let our people know, I am still the independent council candidate for the Papini area of St. Andrew Eastern.
Okay.
Yeah, man. I was ganged up on and kicked out. Not that I committed any sin or was involved in any corruption or anything nefarious. I am not someone who can be bought or sold. And I did say when I joined that movement that I will never lead my people into anything that's corrupt.
Well, you know what?
So,
let me interrupt. Maybe you can reapply because the leadership has changed, right?
No, that's not so. That's a fictitious move again. That's just a figment of. All right, let me just.
No, tell us because
no, Mr. Babatunde, please don't leave. This just get nice. So you want to shed some light on the resurgence of this UIC, aka CIA, and why it is that you have decided to remain independent in light of the leadership change.
All right. Cool. So the question has been asked to shed some light on why I have still remained or chose to be independent, even though the filthy leadership has changed. So, a good opportunity. So give thanks the people listening in across all planets, radio, TV, wherever you are now. For those who are in depth or those who choose to negate fact. So you have some people.
Ratty, you can't mute your mic. Unmute.
Somebody have to mute. I'm hearing a noise.
Fact. So one of the things why I chose to keep being independent, again, anything that I am living, I have to make sure that is the same thing I'm talking. Anything that I'm talking, I have to make sure it's the same thing I live in. In this scenario now, the leadership of that entity may change, but it is still corrupt and will always be corrupt. What has happened? The leadership may change, but the people who are there were part of the very problem that some of us highlight, and then we get dash out or kick out or whatever. Now, if you can call on any of them at any point in time, the situation will be the same. This guy who was the so-called founder, he is still there, and so on. So he may just put up a front to say, okay, resign, but at any moment's notice, you can walk back in. It's not the first that he is telling the public that he resign, and then him show up. One of the main things that caused the mass exodus of UIC council candidates and MPs was because of that same thing in 2022, when he spoke about the resign and then he came back and some of the members would not have it. So, as it relates to that question, the specific answer, Babatunde has never chosen to get involved into any aspect of corruption. It has to be right. The people them that have space and time now, them need change. A positive change is when needed. I can't forward now, especially being Rastafari, and then go lead with people to any destruction. I can't trick our people. Yeah, I'm not for that. We overstand the cause and the purpose for which we are now living. I have to stand true to that. I can't give my word if I can't keep it. I trust that answer the question.
Mr. Babatunde, before you leave, Mr. Rattigan and Herb is holding critical information. If we had to play a game called Name the Six and Leak the Six, you want to give me 6 names before you go? As an independent candidate aware of government.
The last part of that, 6 things you asked for?
Not 6 things, 6 names. We have 6 names of corrupt persons that the Integrity Commission would have probably said are under investigation and should be prosecuted. If you had to get 6 of them, you want to give me some names that we can have the audience contemplate?
All right. So then you have one of the things I always say to my people, because right now some people is grateful to hear that, some is tearing off them clothes. So Babatunde is the problem. Put the boy aside in some corner and ask the guy, since you started this UIC, or I call it the CIA.
No man, Babatunde. You have to be a politician right now. We're talking 6 names. You got Avenue. We're talking about the 6 in Parliament right now. He's a real political man,
But I'm saying, because these references are important,
Yeah.
because some of our people is not able to think. So sometimes we have to lead them to the thinking line.
All right.
Why is it that since the UIS, the CIA, there has been so much of a mass turnover of council candidates? Why is it that, and again, the corruption that the guy has involved himself in? I have said it in May and June when they started to gang up on that object and the UIC in its current, or the CIA in its current state, will never live to be voted in as no government or not. The guy, when I analyze, I check it, he's worse than the government. I'm not no supporter of this current government. But if I am coming into the space now, there's no way Babatunde can come and involve in a not where filthy or nefarious or corrupt. I have to come in clean and make sure I stay clean. Because that's how we are going to show people say you're different and you mean difference and you mean better. So one of the things they did was to tell the populace that they cannot open a bank account, and to this very damn day I don't understand why BOJ.
We can't hear whenever you mute. We can't hear Rattigan.
In the public and not intervene. I made my communication to my links with banks that I know here, telling them of the situation. They said, listen, Whoever it is dealing with it, just send them to us and we have it sorted out. When I followed up with checks, none of them show up. Just more excuse, and keep telling the people that they can't open a bank account and it was part of a Ponzi scheme. Nothing short of a Ponzi scheme. What they are doing now, they are not really interested in the liberation of our natives, and the people that will suffer. Yeah, they are really interested in being a controlled opposition. What that means basically is they are preventing that third force from rising. But that is so stupid. But when you are corrupt, you don't have no vision, so you can't see. So they are not really interested in the liberation of the people. They are here from 2012, and now it's 2023. What are the tangible accomplishments? They had over 200 candidates. Why is there not even 50 candidates there now? And Ms. Zahra Burton, these are some questions that you need to ask. Yeah? And you can find Babatunde anytime. I am the independent council candidate for the Papine area. I have nothing to hide, and all of these things are here. But I'm saying to you, miss, put some effort now on the CIA, aka the UIC, because corruption, if it is what you are aimed at getting out, corruption lives at that place like it is a pillow to a bed. All right?
Thank you so much, Mr.
Babatunde,
Say a question.
Babatunde, can you contact me? You can see my number on the screen.
Okay.
Yeah, that'd be good. Thank you.
All right, maybe the phone sees up. All right, so that's Babatunde. Yeah.
Yeah, Babatunde later, yeah?
Can you hear me? Yeah, man, you hear me?
Yeah. Me wrong.
Give thanks to the moment, give thanks to the time. Sir Herb, maximum respect. Stay safe. Sir John, up full.
Yeah, man. Contact me, bro. Contact me.
Good talk.
Right. All right, no problem.
Yes, sir.
All
right.
And John had asked one number. I'm a good friend from Atlanta. You need to call me because John wants to get your number. So give me a call as soon as you can, please. I know you're watching. So that's where we are. Somebody said he has not answered the question. The chat is just amazing. I'm looking at it and you could do a whole program just based on the chat.
Yes, because I think that every time you muted the mic, you were prepping him not to answer the question about guessing the six. So you and Herb, me and John go have a team up now and really put some pressure on you and Herb because we don't have the names and we're not even a little one. We all we have is we know one of the six is wholeness, but we don't know which wholeness. That's not fair.
Right.
Can't be right.
You see what
I agree with Isaac. I've got to agree with him. I've got to agree with him. And I think all the comments.
You're just teasing us over here.
No. Somebody just said to me that, look, if you release the names, they were saying that I better have Secret Service around the house here because
no.
They know where I live. They don't know where Herb. They don't know where Herb is. But
me and John better sit this one out.
No, I don't mind. I don't mind. You can tell me. I'll tell everybody. I'll tell your world.
You see, somebody is asking for 1 year supply of KFC for me, Isaac, for me to release the names.
Wow.
Yeah. Let me just say that next week, Saturday, people, family, you have to tune in next week because, we hear the talk that mental illness is real and it's here. But next week, we're going to have two outstanding people, just like the two people we had about 3 weeks ago, 2-3 weeks ago. Hold on 1 second, please. Caller, go ahead, please. You're on Reason with Rattigan.
Hi, good evening to you, Rattigan.
Yes, sir. Good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, hit me up with your questions, sir.
Can you hear me good?
Yes, loud and clear.
Right. My concern, gentlemen, is I think that this matter relating to the six is becoming quite a spectacle on the part of the government. Because when you look at it, at one point at the Integrity Commission meeting this week, the Oversight Committee meeting of the House, you realize that the spokesperson, well, the Minister of Justice, who is incidentally is the committee chair, started to say that he is uncomfortable with the report not being released quickly, and the Integrity Commission needs to hurry up and do what it's doing. And I think that should send some sense of concern or shock in the wider public, because if you have a Minister of Justice, yes, who is saying that the Integrity Commission needs to hastily do what it must do because they can no longer sustain whatever views is swirling in the public. But the Minister of Justice ought not to have been somebody to want to comment on something like that. And he's saying he has searched far and wide in his own side of the house, and nobody has admitted to it. But would they admit to something that they already signed to a piece of paper clearly stating they would not comment on the matter relating to the 6th?
Mm-hmm. So
what sort of, my point is, what sort of puppy show business occurred in the House, in the committee this week? I think Minister Chuck is supposed to be a senior counsel, somebody who understands law, or to stop play around with the Jamaican people and stop play around with the populace. Yes, because it is obvious to me that that was what occurred in the House. It was just sure grandstanding and sure performance. Yes,
right. Look, I agree with you, because they made the promise that, at least the Speaker made the promise that she would talk to the opposition, or would talk to the House about it a week after she was installed in place, right? And then the President of the Senate said that he would make an announcement this past Wednesday, and people were excited, waiting with bated breath for the announcement, and the announcement didn't come, and we don't know when it's going to come. And that is a problem, because if it's there, because look, here's the thing, there's nothing more for the Parliament to do except just say, go, here are the names. Now, here's another problem I have with the well, caller, I tell you what, why don't you hang up and just listen to the explanation, and let me just take some more calls, please.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, no problem.
All right. Yes, caller, go ahead, please. Hello?
Yeah, man. Good evening.
Good evening.
But your program don't mean what your program look like. But just a text you tell us that you can start the program from its own. If you ever watch a program from Dwight Peters?
No.
He have a program before Miss Honest become Parliament, enter politics. And if you watch that program, I am trying to get it, but then block it off. You see how that program, but you don't see that interview.
Okay.
When you go on him thing.
Okay.
I don't know if you and Wayne can get it, but it's sure you say, Andrew don't have a thing to do with the land. Andrew don't have a thing to do with the house.
Right.
Right? Because she tell you, say, when she was going to buy she was going to make when somebody introduced her to the land. And when she go and buy the land and bring Andrew attention to it, Andrew access from a mad man to buy that.
Did she say that, or did somebody say that she said it?
This is what I said, just try and get the Dwight Peters interview with her on TVJ. Something I tell you when I watch for myself,
Okay. No, because you know what? No, the only reason why I ask you, because, and I'm going to try and see if I can find it, because you telling me what she said to somebody, that's hearsay, right? And
Dwight Peters, the interviewer.
Right. So I need to see it for myself. So we're gonna take a look at it.
Right. Me not tell you to take my word, That's why I direct.
No, I want to take your word for it, but you see, if I'm gonna include it, I want to include it as a basis of fact. Not because somebody tell me. So I don't think you'll be. No, I take your word for it, but I won't go forward with that. Yeah. All right. Well, thanks for bringing it to our attention. All right.
Yeah, and the next thing, when TVJ was doing the investigation with the same property, the title that TVJ located, I can get the TVJ news clip to. He said title mark to be signed when I visit Jamaica. That means that it could not be Andrew Wone's land because Andrew Wones cannot visit Jamaica.
All right. All right. Thanks so much. We'll
So
check
you
it out.
can
All right.
look for them two things there.
Yes. We will.
Because him lawyer, the man where then
We know- we know the lawyer.
Politics, language.
All right.
So now I get them two things. So search them two.
All right. Thanks, my brethren. All right.
Yeah.
Caller. Oops. Isaac, I have a question for you.
Yeah, I just wanted to say in the interim, because I am not an Obia man, and somebody is telling me I must define what Obia is. But the Speaker of the House, I have so much confidence in her. I know she's going to release the name. This year won't end, and she don't release the names. I just want to say that.
All right, caller, go ahead, please.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. I would have the same thoughts regarding that the second to last, no, the first caller before this one regarding Delroy Chuck. To me, he gives the appearance as being innocuous as Kamina. He just seemed to be innocent. But regarding what he said in Parliament today about the statutory declaration that, the annual salary, to declare it is a fixed burden, and he doesn't see why, declaring it is any helpful because it shouldn't, it's not going to help fighting corruption because they're on a fixed salary. So the first thing, I wanted to just to say, applying for it every year, we all file taxes and everybody use accountant, so it should not be a big deal. And he said that it doesn't deter or help with corruption. But then again, the Minister of Justice, he didn't offer any solution. And then regarding this fixed income that he's stressing about, did they not just get a whopping salary increase of 200% to 300%, and not to include the retroactive 1 year millions that they got like a big bonus? So I don't understand why the Minister of Justice would be saying these things, because it's as if there's a dog whistle telling people that corruption is okay. So I wanted to concur what the previous speaker caller had said. Thank you.
Thank you so much. One second. Isaac, I have a question for you. Where? Oh, he disappeared. The disappearing act on me. All right.
What's the question?
Hold on a second. Caller, go ahead. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan.
Yeah, welcome, Hello.
Oh.
You hearing me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, man, I hope you have a wonderful panel.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I was listening to that young lady before she left. That's how she went here, because I don't like continue to anybody while they're not online or day before you. I'm so sorry that Mike wasn't there when you were talking, because everything she was saying, Mike say. Anytime you have somebody that don't want to discuss a person, let that person online or something that they can defend themselves. That's the only thing I didn't like about it.
Okay.
With she now, I want to say something to her. That she said the amount of places she go and get educated. Well, while I was in Jamaica, right, I used to work with this man. He couldn't sign his name, and he died a multi-millionaire. And everything he do it very honestly. I can tell you because I used to work with him. He was a honest man, and he had a hardware right down by Mountain View and Winnan Road. And what he did, he opened a hardware, and when he get the contracts, he always use the material from his hardware and do the contract. So he didn't buy anything from him. He was a smart man, right? So not because you're well educated, then you're that intelligent. My mother always said, educated fool. Right?
Okay.
That's what my mom. So a lot of things he said was like she was holding onto a straw while it wasn't there.
Right.
I thought she wasn't there that I could really say what I have to say, because I don't like to talk.
All right. Well, look. All right. The next time, what I'll do is I'll open the phone line early the next time she comes back, so at that point you can ask her your questions.
Yeah, and well, I mean, we'll say only six other secrets, but I give no one of them. I kind of know one of them still, because he said that he said that them they want raid in place. So me kind of say maybe him and one of them.
You say you're not calling any names, caller? You want to tell us the name? I'm still a wink.
Yeah, watch the screen. Yeah, watch the screen, caller. Yeah, watch the screen. Yeah, watch the screen. Yeah, watch me.
No, I'm not. I'm only talking to you on the phone.
Okay, all right. Then you can't see what me I show you then. Okay, all right. All right.
Yeah, but I tell Isaac because I like his statement.
All right.
The premise of the house.
All right. My premise of him.
But Mark get his wealth while he was the politician. So nobody knows about to fuss about that. He got his wealth before he was a politician.
All right.
Nobody knows. And I'd like just if this ladies they said like me was a man, I'm a man, I'm come from Bustamante, Ushira, Norman Mandy, Sangsa, them those days. So me retire now. So you know all me
all right.
So
well,
know a lot of things.
Me have to go run because I have another caller coming. So call back when the lady come on. I'll make the announcement when she's coming on. All right.
Okay. All right.
Take care. Have a great weekend. Yes, caller. Go ahead, please.
Okay. Good evening, everyone.
Yes. Good evening, ma'am.
My question is the big six. Now, I would like to find out or to know. Describe how you believe the investigation will go. Apart from the Integrity Commission has have those six and has named them. Okay, moving forward, describe how the investigation would be conducted. Who will do further on into the investigation to find out more about monies and assets and all of that? Will it be a selected committee doing that? And also, will they be asked to pay back the money taken after that committee has done that overall investigation and the assets, wherever the assets are? Just describe what the process would be like for me. Moving on, after, moving from the Integrity Commission now, after the Big Six name is out there and everybody knows.
All right. Thank you so much. Listen to the answer from Isaac.
Okay.
All right. Thanks. Isaac, what's the process going forward?
Well, first, you go in the car, you drive to the drive-thru, you order 6 pieces of chicken, 3 barbecue, 3 original, 2 coleslaw, and 2 mashed potato. Then, after your belly full, you try to find out who Ratty was winking at, because the last name of the man when they raid him house. So you have to get the cue from what the eye wink was, in a Monty kind of way. Then after that, those who are unholy will know that possibly, according to her, one is a nest of holiness. You understand? So we have 3 out of the 6. And don't I know a lot of them laughing in the comments and then having the dimples, but no, there's no dal in the imples and the rimples for the 6. Right. So that's how it's gonna go. So caller, hope that was helpful. Get your big 6 today. It's a good meal.
All right. Let me ask you. Well, no, I don't think you answer a question though. She's asking what's next. What happens going forward?
No, so what happens is that the hope is that the director of corruption prosecution, if she's not interfered with by a constitutional creature who has higher power than her or him, whoever the director of corruption prosecution is, then she will go ahead and prosecute. And they will have lawyers like big King's counsels who will have them in the court. And if the evidence can stick, it can stick. And the standard is beyond a reasonable doubt. What the key thing is that when these trials take place or not take place, because a lot of the times it's just allegations and it may not come up to, it may not pass the preliminary stages in terms of having enough to actually find somebody beyond a reasonable doubt. And then people would have to salvage their careers if it was bad information. And so we would have a whole different conversation after. But I mean, so far in this show, we got 3 out of 6 names, and we're doing good.
All right. Caller, good evening. Welcome to Reasons Rattigan. Go ahead, please.
Yes, good night, Rattigan. Yes, good night. And good night to the whole panel.
Yes, sir.
Right.
Yes, sir.
I would like to put in my guess of the 6th. That week.
Step up, caller, because you're going to make me donate $100 to the fund tonight. Give me a 6 and let me see if you're right. I'll write them down.
You're breaking up. Your tone. Somebody mute me. Hello?
Yes.
I hear you.
Yes. Yeah, I hear me now.
Yeah, we're hearing you.
Yes. You would like me call out the 6th name?
Yeah.
Calling from England. The Prime Minister and his wife.
Okay.
That is the first 2.
Yeah.
The second one is the one where them said they might investigate about him was that is what the chairman, right?
Who?
The 4th one.
Go back to the 3rd one. Who's the 3rd one?
And I believe the minister.
No, caller, go back to the 3rd one. I didn't get the 3rd one.
Yeah.
The 3rd one.
The 3rd one is you know the one where it said the integrity acts about.
Okay.
That is what Robert Mantis up like that.
Okay. Give me the 4th one.
All right. Break it up.
Give us the 4th one. You're giving us 3 already.
Yes. Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. You know.
Yes.
Right. That's. Is the 4th.
Tyrone. It's Tyrone, huh?
Yes.
Yeah, we got the first 3. Who's the 4th person?
The Minister of Finance.
Okay.
Nigel Clark.
Okay. Number 5.
The vase.
Number 6.
And number 6.
Which of the vase? There are 2 vases.
Security.
Oh, Chang. All right. Which one of the vases?
Yes.
Because there are 2 vases.
The one where they're Portland.
But the 2
of them there Portland.
The 2 of them Portland, husband and wife. Which one are you referring to?
The husband and wife. The husband and wife.
No. Those are 2 people, and you give us 6 names. You give us 6. Well, if you add husband and wife, no, we have 7.
It's what the one. I forgot. The husband.
Okay. All
the
right.
wife.
All right.
That is the 6.
All right.
So me sit down and hear one after say.
All right.
All right.
All right.
Yeah, all right.
All right. Thank you,
Yeah,
sir.
all right.
Take care, sir.
Yeah.
We have 2 nests and 1 vase.
Let me just go back to, and let me just turn off the phone for a bit right now, because I want to get into a serious discussion about. So callers, just hold on. I just turned off the phone. I'll turn the phone back on momentarily, but I just want to discuss this one issue with ISAT. Under section, the gag order 53, subsection 3, it says you can't talk if the investigation is ongoing. That's what it sounds like to me. But then when you go to the section concerning the corruption prosecutor, there's something that's troubling to me. I said from the outset, I don't like this law at all. Well, I shouldn't say at all. It's noble in its intention, but the way it's drafted and the way it's applied, I have some serious problems with it. Let me just show you a couple of things, right? We're trying to get away from the crown in England. And when you read this law, it has the Governor General all over it. But here is something else that's over it that I just find kind of weird. Look at this right here. It says here, let me go back down. It says here that subject to the provisions of this act, any obligation to maintain secrecy or any restriction on the disclosure of information or the production of any document or thing imposed on any person by or under the Official Secrets Act 1911, 1920, and 1939 of the United Kingdom in its application to Jamaica. Why do we still have this?
We have what, because we remember even when the Constitution comes into effect, that the laws before are saved by virtue of the Saving Laws Clause. So those laws remain in effect, and unless we change, amend, or remove them, we are subject to it. The question
Go ahead. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
I'm saying, so the question is, because we remain, remember, we still remain subjects to the crown, as in the UK, the king, as it is right now, and so their laws still apply in this jurisdiction by virtue of that.
Well, here's the thing: based on independence and all that, and especially since this law came into effect 2017, you would think that they would at least do something about this and have Jamaican Official Secrets Acts. I mean, why did they have to go all the way back and say, okay, we're going to apply the British?
We don't have an Official Secrets Act.
So why didn't we compose one then? Why didn't we legislate one?
Because before this, we never did keep no secret.
Okay, so since this now we have secret.
No, yeah, since
2017. Since 2017 we have secret.
It's not ramp up now, so yeah.
All right.
We never contemplate that it would have been so rampant. You know them kind of way there? Yeah.
All right. I'm going to, when you read this thing, I'm telling you people, it's a fascinating document to read, and then you're going to see the same things. I'm sure you're going to see the same things that I've seen. But there is a I'm trying to find the piece with the corruption prosecutor. And I'll show you something. Where is the corruption prosecutor? Hold on 1 second. Corruption. Section 34. Okay, here we go. All right, let me bring it back on. All right. This is a section that I'm very concerned about. The Director of Corruption Prosecution, right? And she's subject to the DPP and all of that. But then, in addition to being subject to the DPP, she's subject to Section 53, which is a gag order. Right? No, here's a question I have for you, Isaac. How is it? And I'm asking you just to render an opinion, because I know you're not a member of the Integrity Commission, but we're reasoning. Why is it, or how is it that you have a prosecutor who has agreed to a criminal prosecution, not a civil prosecution now? And that because a criminal prosecution is the state against the person, right? So it's viewed as whatever the crime is alleged to be, it's alleged to be against Jamaica, right? And so how is it that you have a criminal prosecution being held up on two fronts, the gag order and potentially the DPP? How could we? How did we write such a lot? Make sense out of it for me, please.
I'm trying to see this section where you said that she's subject to 53. Where are you seeing that?
To 50? No, because 53 she can't move. Yeah, because of the. I'll show you 53. She can't move based on the way, not on the way it's written, but on the way it's applied. She can't move right now on 53. Nothing is going to take.
She can't begin to prosecute until it's tabled.
Exactly. Okay. Exactly. So she can't move right now. So I don't understand this. Why is it that you have a criminal prosecution being held up by the tabling of a report, and the tabling says that there's nothing further to add. We just need them to recognize it and just move it forward.
So the answer to that is a matter of interpretation, because if there are no more investigations, then the report should not prevent.
There it is.
Yeah. So until the table, this 3, until the tabling in Parliament of a report on a Section 36, all matters under investigation by the Director of Investigation or any other person involved in such investigation shall be kept confidential, and no report or public statement shall be made by the Commission or any other person in relation to the initiation or conduct of an investigation on this act. She's not bound under it.
Exactly.
She's not bound.
Exactly. So why is it she's not prosecuting the 6 then?
No, that's because she's using her discretion as well. So that's a matter for her.
But you see what I'm saying?
It's a her.
It's a lady. She's not bound. Yeah, she's not bound by this.
In fact, the director of prosecution is not even corruption prosecution is not even mentioned. This section refers to the investigation. The investigation having been complete, handed over to her, she's free to prosecute.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So that's what I'm saying. I don't understand what's going on in Jamaica. A matter of this importance. You think that she would seize the opportunity to say, listen, this doesn't apply to me. The gag order doesn't apply to me. The gag order applies to investigations. And the investigation has been completed. It's over.
Do you recall when with the Andrew Holness situation? They had tabled it, and by the time they tabled it, she already said she wasn't prosecuting.
Correct.
She's doing her thing outside of tabling. It has no bearing and no effect on her. And it may very well be that she decided to prosecute and we hear about that. So I don't know.
There is something else I want to show you. Corruption prosecutor 34. There is something else that, I mean, this is just ridiculous to me. It's just ridiculous. I mean, we need some people with some stiffer spine, man, to just go out there and just do what is necessary to make sure that people are held accountable in the interest of Jamaica. But, you know, and another thing I found out is a lot of people, they don't read, and some people who read, they don't understand. Right? And some of them who read and understand, they're afraid. I don't understand why. Here is the section. I'm going to show you the section with her now that she's subject. This is a section. Where the DPP can step in. Right? Let me see something else. Okay, here it is. DPP right here. May request the DPP can request an opinion from the DCP. The DCP can petition the DPP and say, hey, take a look at this, right? And that's not being done. I really don't understand what's going on here. There is okay. Here is another problem I have with the statute, right? You see this 34B, provide legal advice to the commission on matters concerning acts of corruption and offenses committed under this act. The report with the prime minister, that should have never taken place, because if they had cooperation, she would have been briefing them about that issue right there using 34B. And so you wouldn't have two reports coming contradicting each other. What would have happened is you would have no report or one report with her concurrence. But we had a report, we had a report with them saying we recommend prosecution, and we had a report with her saying I decline prosecution. How do you have that happening when you have 34B?
Which is why I said, if you remember that situation, it answers your question about the application of the 53. In other words, she's acting independently, and she should do so now. So notwithstanding, she's at liberty to do what she wants to do, including declining to prosecute.
Right.
Without taking advice from the other office, the constitutional office. Yes.
But what I think happened here is that with the six, it appears as if the DCP, the Director of Corruption Prosecution, the lawyer who's assigned to the Integrity Commission, that she has agreed to prosecute. Right. It would appear that way. So if that's the case, why doesn't she just go ahead and just prosecute? She doesn't need anybody's unless the DPP is somewhere in the background doing some things. Unless.
Like sand through the hourglass, so are the days of our lives.
Will, have you asked her? Have you asked this lady?
What lady? You mean the DCP or the DPP?
DCP, not the DPP. DCP.
No, I haven't.
Have you been in contact with her?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Have you been in contact with her?
No, I have not. I've been in contact with the Integrity Commission, but not with the lawyer assigned to the Integrity Commission, not to the DCP.
And can we get in contact with her?
Yes, indeed. I think I know where you're going with that. I will get in contact with her next week.
Oh, good. All right, and then, yeah, right. We'll solve everything. Then you can come and tell us what she said. Wonderful.
Is this an information thing?
That's homework. That's homework.
Okay.
But listen, folks. Next week, like I was saying about what I was saying about mental health. For those of you who just joined us or joined us like within the last couple hours, next week Saturday we're going to have two professionals to speak on the issue of mental health. We're going to have Dr. Michelle Codner, Codner. She is an attending psychologist in outpatient psychiatry service / behavioral neurology at Boston Children's Hospital. She's also an instructor of psychology in the Department of Psychiatry at Harvard Medical School. And she works with children, adolescents, and young adults with clinical concerns such as depression, anxiety, obsessive compulsive disorder, autism, trauma, bipolar disorder, suicidality, peer relationships, and family distress. And she will be joined by her sister, Yvonne Codner.
It's getting frozen here.
Yeah, it's got a bug again.
Yeah.
We're never going to hear about this. It's, you know that, Herb.
All right. Let me just finish up and then we'll go back to this. Yvonne Codner, yeah, the social worker. She provides social, emotional, and behavioral support to promote overall well-being and improve academic progress in high school students in the Boston area. Ministry of Education, folks over there, including the minister, you need to tune in next week because you're going to get invaluable information so that you can try to at least start to rectify some of the problems in our schools. Now, this lady, Yvonne Codner, she currently works with adolescents with concerns ranging from intellectual or cognitive impairments, anxiety, depression, substance misuse, gang-related violence, chronic absences, food insecurity, self-harm, and peer relationships. So you cannot afford to miss the program next week. Someone said Juliet Holness needs to make an appointment. She is depressed. Okay. All right. So again, next week, Tuesday, tune in for that, and then tune in for the presentation regarding the Prime Minister's wife. John, you were saying that we're never gonna hear about the 6. Is that it?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I have no confidence.
Officially.
I disagree. I said by December, by the end of this won't go over into next year. The Speaker of the House will do what she's supposed to do.
Somebody mentioned, how about a program with my FBI colleagues? You know what? Let me go back and see who said that. Somebody who said it? Anthony Grant. What about the program is on? It's funny you mentioned that because I have several of them lined up to come on. I have one guy who's I have a lady who's well versed in cyber as well as general investigations. I have another guy. I have a guy who's well versed with developing sources. I mean, the JCF better tune into this program because he's gonna tell them how to get things done. And then I have another guy who he does white collar, does management stuff. He does threat assessments. He does the whole thing. So yes, I do have a few people from the FBI, retired agents that I've worked with. They will come on, and I'll make the announcement as well. In fact, if we're not too busy next week, and I think we might be, you know, with the speaker's presentation that I'm going to do, and with the mental health thing, we probably won't have enough time to bring them on, but I'll bring one of them on the following week. So thank you for bringing that up. All right. So we're going to go for like another 10 minutes. The phone is on. We'll take a few more calls before we go. We're way ahead of where we were last week and the week before. Okay. Yes, caller, go ahead, please.
Hey, so I hear everything and I'm always into.
Hello?
Right now, are you hearing me?
Yes, I'm hearing you.
Okay, so the moral fortitude of Jamaican, because I never know that Jamaicans were so heartless to the point where I'm contemplating start to pull stuff out of Jamaica. And for me to say that is a lot. When I saw that this baby, this 10-month-old baby, somebody could pay $500,000 and somebody take that money and go ahead and go through with the killing, and also not only kill the baby, but you also burn the baby. I mean, are we that heartless? Are we that heartless? Because I don't know if we
mute her.
Back.
Okay, hang on.
You hear me?
No, not you, Nicole. Hold on.
Okay.
All right, go ahead, Nicole.
Yeah, because I mean, I have just lost like all hope in Jamaica after this whole debacle, and nobody speaks about it. And it is clear as like the blind man could see, Stephen Wonder could see this, that there's not just this one girl that was involved in it. It was a bigger thing. But every time something like this comes up, we keep on pushing it under the rug and we keep on going to other stuff. And the main problem that needs to be, the onion needs to be peeled. Each layer of the onion needs to be peeled, and we need to address each layer because we have no moral fortitude in Jamaica. We are heartless set of people that I did not know that we can become so heartless. Like for me, when you're going to take a mother and the child, and then not only, you know, I look at the money, 500,000, when I calculated, each life was worth $1,666.67. That's what each life was worth. Each life was worth that. And I hope that everybody that lives in Jamaica who is listening understand. Over the past, I realized, and I've been talking to my dad about it, that every time I go to Jamaica, last time I was in Jamaica was Christmas time. And when I was in Jamaica in Christmas, I normally, you know, my friends, I have friends there from high school, will normally go to a good restaurant, go take in some live music, something like that. And I'm realizing the more I go to Jamaica, the more I'm becoming secluded. 6 o'clock, I'm in my house. The gates are up, the dogs are out, and there's no way to live like that. There's no feeling to live like that. And I've been to other Caribbean islands where I've gone to visit and I've walked free to 2 o'clock in the morning, and I don't feel like I'm scared, because life in Jamaica is worth nothing. Nothing. I could come down there and give somebody $100. They're going to accept the $100 and go kill the person. How heartless can you be? Instead of taking that money, when you got that money, what you should have done is take the money and say, yeah, man, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. You go to the person, like this happened a couple years ago with somebody that I know. She was well known. The person paid to go kill her. Her own brother paid to kill her. The person took the money and then went to her and said, you know, I got this money to kill you. Here is the money. Now I'm about to go turn your brother into the police. People, that is where we go ahead and say, no, that's moral. That is moral. But you have no moral. It's all about, oh, I need that money. I need that money at all costs. I don't care what it is to take for that money. Where have we gone as a people? Can we ever come back from that pit of hell where we have gone? Unless we get some morals back, Jamaica has no coming back. No matter how much money, no matter how we go ahead and infuse and take out corruption in Jamaica, no matter what the morals, if the soul of the people are gone, there is no coming back for us.
All right.
And Ratty, you know this take a lot for me to say. When I tell you I'm pulling, I have started to look into pulling out of Jamaica and look for somewhere else to go and live and invest in and give them my strength, give them my time I have left on earth to make their country a better country. Because guess what? My country is saying, I don't need your help because I don't care about morals and I will kill everybody for anything.
All right.
Even a plate of food.
All right. Nicole, let me say something to you. I understand where you're coming from. I understand your passion. I hear your pain and I feel it. But I'm going to make a plea to you. Do not give up on Jamaica.
Oh my goodness, Ratty.
Do not give up on Jamaica.
It is, I'm telling you, this was, you know, you keep on taking, you know, that they say a dog that take a lick, you continuously take the lick. But when this lick came and when I saw the money,
You frozen, Ratty?
Yes.
Yeah, I say life is very cheap in Jamaica, incredibly cheap. You have to marvel.
I mean, I feel her pain, and that's
if
the
you
reason
ever
most
get
of us are involved.
this again, call into Rattigan. I will give you the $1,166.67 not to kill another Jamaican, another one of your brothers and sister. Oh my goodness, where have your soul gone? Where have your soul gone? How low can you get that you're willing to kill a 10-month-old baby and burn them? There's no way you could give me even $1 trillion that nobody that ever even see or hear about me in their lifetime.
But
and I even take that money to kill a human being.
But here's I'm not and Nicole, I'm gonna open it up and have the panelists have them, you know, voice their opinion. But before I do that, let me just say that if we with the passion, with the skill, with the resources that we have to help to turn around Jamaica, if we decide to turn our back on Jamaica, where is Jamaica going?
That's what I'm telling you. I cannot bring it back. I will.
No, you alone probably can't bring it back, Nicole.
No. But my little contribution, what I'm saying to you, I am going to give my contribution to another country that is willing to take my help and have moral fortitude, have moral depth. My bottom line is morals. If you do not have morals, I cannot build on top of nothing. I cannot build on sandy ground. I must build on solid rock.
Okay. All right.
And I mean, it is hard. I mean, unless we can address the morals, unless we can let's peel back the onion and address it. And I hope that there's some government official that's listening to, because all of you guys that's in government that keep on taking out the kitty jar, this is it. And you're giving people, because there's a lot of you guys that I can expose personally that have passed out guns to these little these little boys. Where have you gone? And then you live in a mansion uptown where you cannot be touched. Listen, people, if you so much want the money and taking the money, knock on their door. Don't knock on these little people door downtown. Don't. And hold them for what they're doing, the corruption, and expose them. That's what you need to do. When you get this money, when they pay you these money to go kill people, take the money. I don't say not to take it. Take it since you want it, but take it and do nothing. If you have to stage, if you have to learn how to stage a murder scene, take it. Take pictures of the people you murder, send them a picture and say, here, this is the people I just murdered. And you know what you tell those people to do? Get out of town. Get out of town for a while until I finish cleaning up and exposing it. Because they think you're dead, so go live your best life somewhere else. Do that. Ratty, that's what I need for you to do. I need for you to show them how to stage a murder. They take the money and then expose the people. That's what we need to start to do. Because that's the only way. The moral fortitude of us Jamaicans have gone. We are in the pits of hell. When I mean the pits of hell, not even Satan. The white man say, if you go to hell and he see one Jamaican down there, him not worry because he know him coming out. And that is a lot for people to say about us Jamaicans. And that is a die-hearted truth. We need moral fortitude and we need our moral back.
All right. Hey, thanks for the impassionate call. I feel you, like I said, and you can see it in the chat room as well. But we'll talk soon. All right.
Yes, I need to talk to you off the air. So when you're done, if I can call you and I'll talk to you.
All right. All right. No problem.
All right. Mm-hmm.
All right. Take care.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, caller. Go ahead, please.
Hello.
All
right. Hey.
Hello.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I want to have my little piece to this with the woman. Are you hearing me, please?
Yes, we're hearing you loud and clear.
Okay. I listen to her and I feel the passion, the pain, what is happening in Jamaica, our country land we love. And none of these women that are at the head, even to like Honest, can stand out to be an ambassador for the women of the country of Jamaica. What none of them have spoken out about the children being killed and the women being killed. That bothers me. That rocked my brain. None of them have stand out and speak about this, neither in Parliament, neither coming on a forum, neither on the news media, nothing like that. It's bad. They have no backbone, those women who say they're leaders in our country. It's just the people, the local people talking about it. Come on, man. It's time for something different.
Off again now. You're off, Ratty.
Hello, caller. Go ahead. Hello, caller.
Hello, good night.
Yes, good night, sir.
Yeah, can you yes, I do appreciate your program, mate. And as we are on this part where we're getting to out of hand, you know. What we need Jamaica need to remember that there is a genesis in all this killing going on in Jamaica. And it started with the politicians. They're the ones who used to go giving out guns to kill people. And the sad thing about it, the same politicians will give out guns to people kill Jamaicans. I've seen their kids now who are entering into the politics. Their children are entering into politics, and that should never be. They should never be. They shouldn't have politicians who give out guns to kill people, have their children enter into politics in Jamaica. You know what I mean? It shows that there's no moral compass going on in Jamaica. You know what I mean? We need to call these people out, okay? We need to call people out. There's some from St. Thomas. The kids are in politics. There are some from uptown. Their kids are in politics. I'm talking about both parties, the PNP and the LP. The same fathers that was giving out guns to destroy the same Jamaican people. And now their kids are entering the politics, and they're acting and if they are honest and decent people. You know what I mean? And this thing needs to stop. We need to call them out. Their father, their mother giving out guns to kill people, and now their children are in politics in Jamaica. Their children are in politics in Jamaica. From both parties, both the PNP and the JLP, and the thing needs to stop. It needs to stop. And those people they're still alive. There's someone who resigned. Someone in St. Thomas, someone in St. Catherine. They're all over the place, and it needs to stop. We can put a stop to it. Call them out.
All right,
enough is enough. Enough is enough.
You have anybody that you want to call out?
Yeah, that one in St. Thomas. That's very, very well known. One in St. Thomas was buying land for $1 a acre.
Oh, I know what you're talking.
I mean, you know exactly.
Yeah.
You know exactly who that one is.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
I don't know. Could you call the name so we can get educated?
We know them. We hand guns to people to kill people. You know what I mean? It's well known to Jamaicans. You know what I mean?
What I'm saying, I'm here and I don't know. So if you know the name and you want to call it.
You know what I mean? And don't people who listen to me, don't act like it's not true.
All right. Caller, you there? No, he's gone. All right. Caller, go ahead, please. Welcome to Reasons Rattigan.
Good night, Mr. Ratty. Good night. Good night,
Hello?
everybody. How you doing?
Fine, thank you.
Yeah, man. The Stone Crusher Gang mash who used to control it, the China man. You know about said way.
Who's that? I don't know what you're talking about. Give me some information. Help me out.
Yeah, man. They said WikiLeaks, man. There. The Stone Crusher Gang.
Yeah.
The China man. In there they said we are the one round. So I mean, Klansman are mash up and on whatsoever. But they said personally. They said lady there the control, but the girl them a mash up, but the dad them they said you know, I hopefully everything okay and with donation we are put then can get well Uncle Sam come in or somewhere and them, you know. So God bless and take care everybody.
All right, my brother. Take care of yourself.
You're welcome.
Call. Oh man. What do you say after those calls, you know?
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Her name was Nikki, I think. I don't know if I had that right.
Nicole. Yeah.
Right. Murder in Jamaica is of a particular form. It's not a random thing. I always have to keep saying it because there are several things that takes place in the space that has caused us to be where we are. I want to reject the we and what have we become, because we have not become. The majority of citizens are victims of the failure to fight crime on the part of government. And we can't just abandon Jamaica because there are persons who are in a victimized situation. That is, they're so desperate that if somebody can give you $500,000 to take a life, you know how desperate you are. And that's what we need to change through community intervention programs, getting back to educating and dealing with young people, which is our greatest asset. I think we have to keep thinking like that and never give up on Jamaica. Jamaica is a place where you can strive and the best version of yourself can come up from that environment. So I'm never, ever going to give up on Jamaica. Jamaica is beautiful. Right now, much as me cuss government, I would not want to live anywhere else. I'm king. I'm king in Jamaica. And you could come to Jamaica and be king too. Not bother with the tourism thing. I'm peeing on thing right here. So I'm just being real to say that we are missing the mark in terms of what Jamaica has to offer. And I just wish that we shouldn't take the little bad and call it us, because that is not us. Jamaica generally have some of the best people that want better for themselves, and even in the poorest of the poor, you still have a lady that will sell some crab, albeit she drink a beer, take a little salt and ropes. But it don't get no higher than that, and we must not forget that. So when I come on these shows, I have to defend Jamaica to let people know that Jamaica is not the problem. The people is not the problem. Educating the people so that they make better decisions. And I can tell you, corruption will disappear. And if people have opportunities, they won't commit crimes. Not the way that we see it. And that's my comment on that.
All right. Caller, go ahead, please. Hello? Oh, they hung up. They'll call back. I was hoping to end at around 5 or 10 after 7, but it looks like we might just go on for a bit more. But there's something I want to bring to your attention. To everybody's attention. Let me just turn off this phone again, because I don't want to be interrupted. We're going back to the 6th, right? And we're going back to the Integrity Commission's report that was submitted to the President of the Senate, the Speaker of the House, and the clerk. Now, I don't know in what format it was submitted, but I'm going back to the law, and I'm looking at section 36. Kevin, where you there? Help me out here. See if we can put it over there so that they can see it. Because I'll tell you what it says. It talks about reports. How does the Integrity Commission get its reports to Parliament? Right? And it says, when do they submit? How do they submit? And there's several ways. It says, yeah, Kevin, this one here. If I can get it over to the other side. So is it this? Let me see something. Oh, that's it? 36. Okay, yeah. Thank you very much, sir. All right. Hey, by the way, I need to big up Kevin, Kevin will be on the program next week, Saturday, when we're doing mental health. Not because he's in need of professional help, mental health, but he's involved with a whole bunch of things. He's involved with a very, very worthwhile program regarding mental health. He just finished an event. I think it was last week or the week before. So I asked him to come on and talk about that program. So he'll join the two ladies that I mentioned, and we'll have a fulsome discussion about mental health, treatment, diagnosis, the whole works. So in addition to that, Kevin, he's by my side, because without Kevin, I'm telling you, this would be a flop. It would be a failure, because I have no interest in the technology. So Kevin, big up yourself. And everybody, I want to big up Kevin now. All right. Now, if you look at this thing here, gentlemen, if you look at, where is it, 36, right? Reports of the commission. How you get the report before? It says the commission may at any time be required by either Parliament. Okay, and here's where we go. The commission shall not later than 3 months after the end of each fiscal year. That's the annual report. It also says this one, 3. The commission may at any time submit a report relating to any particular matter which, in the opinion of the commission, requires the special attention of the Parliament. I'm wondering if they did that, or they just put it in the annual report, because they shouldn't have. And that's why I'm telling you, people, that's why you need to make me in charge, put me in charge of the Integrity Commission, because the report of the 6th, if Mr. Christie allowed it to be included in this report, this one here, number 2, the commission shall not later than 3 months after the end of each financial year or within such period longer as the Parliament may approve, submit to Parliament an annual report. If he submitted the 6 in the annual report, shame on him. It shouldn't have been there. It should be in 3. A special, listen to what it says. The commission may at any time, that means you don't have to wait for the annual report, submit a report relating to any particular matter, which in the opinion of the commission requires the special attention of the parliament. The 6 requires special attention. That should have been by itself. And what that means is that the parliament would have to deal with it expeditiously. Not in the annual report where they can say, oh, because the annual report contains a whole bunch of things, whole heap of things, and they can take their own sweet time to get to it. But if they had done it under 3, it would have been difficult for them to play the games that they're playing with us right now. So again, people, that's what I'm saying. We need to read, and we need to think critically, and we need to hold people accountable. 3 is where the 6 should have been filed. And I'm willing to bet you that it wasn't in 3. It was not a singular report that says we require the special attention of the parliament. I'm willing to bet you it wasn't that. I'm willing to bet you that it was sent in with the annual report. I'm willing to bet. I hope I'm wrong, because if I'm wrong, then the Speaker and the President, Speaker of the House and President of the Senate, they're playing games. If it came in as a special report, this one requiring special attention, and they're sitting on it, then they're playing games. But if it came in as part of the annual report, then they're gonna do whatever they want to do. But we still have a job to do. So that was my piece. Isat, what do you think about that piece, sir?
The comment section say, when you're right, we should smile. So I'm smiling. You're correct.
Yeah.
100%. Yeah.
Herb, we haven't heard from you in a while. Speak to us.
Well, yeah, I keep looking through the past videos, trying to find that particular video. They talk about that Juliet Holness was on, but I ran out of videos to search. I sent you guys a couple of them that I found that are interesting. We may want to add that in for next week.
Okay.
But the bottom line is, I feel people's passion. I hear them, and now they understand why we were forced to have to do the One Jamaica Legal Defense Fund.
Yeah.
Because the only way we're gonna relieve pain on people, if the way to put pain on them is using the judiciary, then we got to do it that way. But the thing we need to add to that is searching for evidence that they have also violated U.S. law. And I've gotten a hold of an investigator that can now search on the suspicious activity report. And that's where, of course, the DOJ has been notified by Treasury of the suspicious activity. And your old unit, New York and elsewhere, probably got to get a hold of them. But we need to identify those people. And we need to start bringing action against them in a more direct fashion. And maybe, just maybe, we can ask for federal assistance. Since IRS approved them, we can ask for federal assistance in getting the job done. Because that's the only way we deal with people who have no heart, who have no soul, who have forgotten about the underserved communities that they serve. And it's become completely ridiculous in asking them to support anything like community development and stuff like this, right? So we're going to have to do it ourselves. And this person wants to meet with us, the one who has his own intel department investigative team. And I figure we can meet with him sometime this upcoming week. Can't be this weekend. But we're gonna have to do some serious work, and so I'm preparing to do all of that stuff.
We're gonna have to get some serious cash, because like I'm telling people that, you know, there are things out there that we can do, but we cannot do it without the funding. So again, folks, let me throw this up. Kevin, I know is proud of me because I'm finding my way around the different screens, and bingo, there we go. All right, we need to, folks, we need to start supporting this organization. We need to, because that's the only way. Like Herb just said, we have the resources here, but we can't do it ourselves, you know. And we have people who are willing to work with us, but of course they have to be paid. And if you want to find out, all right, let me just make it plain and simple. If you want to find out everything about the Prime Minister from the day he was born until now, we can do that, but we just need the funding. If you want to find out where the Prime Minister has his bank accounts and how much money he has in the bank accounts, if you want to find out about his travel history, about his email, his text, his phone calls, if you want to find out all of those things, we have.
Okay, Rattigan off again. What he's meaning to say is we have the ability to deep dive anybody in the world. All right, we can pull records and people from their own computers, stuff that they think that they deleted and it's gone. We can turn all that stuff around, and we can make believers out of them. But the bottom line is to get these type of investigations going, we need to have the funding. All right, we just don't do things willingly. Don't mess with anybody that, you know, because we're curious. No, not curiosity. This is people dirty and nasty and don't mean Jamaica any good. That's the people we're going after. All right, right to your back.
Yeah, I'm back. Yeah, so I'm saying that, you know, when you talk about the deep dive, right, things that you would get out of a fusion center or an intelligence center, we have the resources, people, I'm telling you, but it takes money to get all of this done. The lawsuits, there's so many lawsuits that we can file on behalf of Jamaican citizens who are suffering. There's just pick a ministry and we can file a lawsuit. Pick a ministry that you like, whether, you know, the Ministry of Education, the finance, wherever. Just pick a ministry, because as I was once told, Jamaica is content rich. There's so much going on there, but we cannot do it without the funding. We cannot do it without the funding. I mean, I would love to say to ISAT, here's a retainer, and here is where we want you to go after. Here's who we want you to go after. Here is the issue. And have ISAT get his team together and start doing what we have to do. But ISAT will not do that for free. And I don't expect him to, because he has to get his chicken, and he has to go to the Moon Palace and all the other niceties in life. He wants to enjoy those things.
Raise, yes. Tell
yes.
us.
And we cannot deny him. I mean, we say it jokingly, but it's true. ISAT is a talented attorney. I'm telling you. Well, you all know that already. He's a talented attorney. And so we would like to cut him loose on some of these things, but I can't approach him until we have the funding. So please, people, I'm asking it for the sake of Jamaica, make your donation. Somebody just put something in the chat saying that we have 1,400 people here. And if every person decided at this moment to give $10, we're in good shape. We're in good shape. So, you know, I don't know. Oh, and by the way, we're going to do a fundraiser. We're going to do this is like a soft opening, you know. This is like a soft opening, but it's going to get bigger. It's going to get better, God willing. And so we can go after some of these criminals who cloak themselves under the guise of being politicians. And by the way, the Integrity Commission Act is not only for politicians. Colleen, thank you so much. It's not only for politicians. It's also people outside. It doesn't really, it just says inside and outside a public office. So it tells me that it's not just for politicians. But again, for the public relations campaign, we could do a public relations campaign and say, look, we need to have the Integrity Commission Act of 2017. We need to have it revised. And people listen to us. Should we Zelle to the email? Yes, yeah, Claudette. Yeah, you can Zelle to the email address that you see on the screen. Oh, ISA should do it for free for the sake of Jamaica. I agree. But he doesn't agree. And that's what counts. His opinion.
I just think free rhymes with KFC, so let's keep it there. I said for KFC, not for free.
So, oh yeah, somebody says he needs his KFC. Oh, Cash App. We don't do Cash App. The bank doesn't. They don't do Cash App.
You do Zelle, right?
They don't do Zelle. Yeah, you can Zelle using the email. Yeah, you can Zelle using the email. So folks, I mean, I'm ready to go. I'm committed. I've made up my mind that this is my passion for the remainder of my days on this planet. We have to take care of Jamaica. We cannot abandon Jamaica. And there will be resistance, but I'm willing to fight through the resistance. We know that it's going to be it's going to be an uphill climb, but I'm ready for that climb. And I have a solid team. I mean, just look at the people on the panel right now, and there are many more people that we haven't even mentioned their names, but they're out there and they're ready to go. But we just need the funding. We don't need KFC. We need the funding. ISAT needs KFC, but he'll buy KFC when we give him the retainer. Okay, all right, there you go. All right, and don't be jealous of ISAT when you see him at Moon Palace living up big life. Don't be jealous of him. He's a hard worker, right? So that's where we are, gentlemen. We'll terminate the program at 8 o'clock. So we have a half hour. Let me turn on back the phone and see. Oh, and by the way, my friends over at PSOJ, we need your assistance in this effort too, because some of you have spoken to some of you, and you've given me the impression that you like what's going on and that you're willing to make a donation for the sake of Jamaica, because the Integrity Commission cannot do it alone, even though and it's funny, the Integrity Commission can work with One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation under their mandate. They can, and I'll show you where. Let me move this. Integrity. Yeah, they can do it under their mandate. So, Mr. Christie, if you're listening to me, sir, you see I'm ripping up this document. That is your Bible. It's not the Holy Bible, though, but it's your Bible. And I'm ripping it up because I need you to pay attention to what's going on and what you need to get done, and that you know that you have people here willing to work alongside you. All right.
So Catherine, check our money out.
Let's call her.
Send to the bank.
Caller, hold on 1 second, please. Hold on 1 second, please, caller. All right, let me show you this thing. Here we go. Right? See what it says? The commission may, in the performance of its functions, work in cooperation with any person or body as it may deem appropriate. So the commission can work, the Integrity Commission can work with the One Jamaica Legal Defense Fund, and we're hoping that they will work with us. So if there's any question as to whether or not they can work with us, that question is answered by Section 7. Caller, go ahead, please.
Yeah, good night to you, Mr. Rattigan. And
good night.
First time on your program.
Oh, thank you for joining us.
Yeah, yes, sir. I am a police officer in Jamaica here, and there are so many things that are happening that is very distasteful.
Yes.
Being a police in the Jamaica Constabulary Force is very frightening. To see our young brothers killing babies, killing the elderly, And then they're coming out and saying that crime gone down by 12%. But yet, one family have 4 members of their family has been slaughtered. As a police, I'm telling you, I am literally afraid. When I'm home, I lock my windows, my doors, I lock up everywhere. The only faith I have now is in Christ. I don't have it in no man. And the only said that we could sleep with our doors and windows open. Now what we have to be doing, we have to be using the board and whatever to lock our doors and windows. I felt the pain of that lady who came on and she was speaking. And I endorsed everything that she said. I endorse it, and why I endorse it, it does make sense. You say that you're investing in a country. And this is not Jamaica land that we love anymore. This is not Jamaica land that we love anymore. There is no love, there is no trust. And when you have a leader of a country that you can't trust, there and then you cannot trust no institution, nor no organization in that country. When you have your police, your soldiers, and your teachers can't even buy a pound of flour or sugar, that means the country must lock down. You said you're going to pay you revise the payment for your police, your teachers, your nurses, and your doctors, and they are living below poverty level. I'm ready to run. I'm ready to run, Mr. Rattigan. I'm ready to run. I can't be into a country where, let me tell you something, Mr. Rattigan. A lot of things are going on that don't come over the year. It will never come over the year. When it touches Saturday, Sunday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, a lot of murders go on in Jamaica which don't announce over the year. And then they're talking about crime gone down by 12%. Crime gone down by 12%. They said give the young man a chance, and this is what the young man is doing to the people of this country. You can't even walk in peace. Your little children can't even walk in peace. You have been slaughtered, murdered, and raped, and nothing becomes of it. And so many of those done man let go by the heads of the judiciary system. They let free on the street. And you expect our country to be better? Do you expect our country to be better? And when a lawmaker, when a police go there and fire their guns, and they can justify their action, go down by GP, the many police officers that are there, and they were standing up for their country. You don't expect many of us who are educators going to stay here. We all are going to run because we are not happy in our country. We are not happy. Many of the times you hear they talking about church not say anything and whatever not say anything. Church no business in politics. They have to be there secretively praying and expecting better to come. But if we the leaders can't change, our country will never change. Our country is sinking. It is sinking. I remembered, if anything happened to a child, you will hear Portia Simpson Miller come out and speak. You will hear that woman come out and speak. And so many women are in politics and nobody comes out and say nothing. Because what? It is not at their backyard. And it is very sad. It is very sad. And Mr. Rattigan and team, I do not believe in statistics. because statistics never prove right. I don't believe in it. And I have my reason to say that. Our country's gone, and it has no coming back. It is so gone. Because if you can murder a child, God says, suffer the little children to come unto me, forbid them not, because they are the kingdom of heaven. If you can kill a 4-month-old baby, I don't know who else you won't kill. Rattigan, I don't listen to our news. I mostly listen to American news because what? You see the war that is going on down in Israel, every day me I pray that it don't reach to a stage whereas we, the Jamaicans, can't take plane and go do a little hustling over there. You hear me? And guess what? Our domestic crime is worse than Israel and Ukraine and Russia, you know. It is worse than them over there. The only difference with us, with Ukraine and with Israel and Hamas, or whatever you want to pronounce it as, is that Jamaica now don't show no missiles. That is the only thing. That is the only difference, Mr. Rattigan. Our country is far gone. It is gone. It is so gone. No day, no pass. When nobody no slaughter in our country. A little Jamaica like this, a small country like this, and then the commissioner of police coming out and saying that 12% crime reduced. Come on. We need to see ourselves. That is my intake for the night.
Well, look, I mean, I can't add anything you say. I'm stunned, and I'm happy. I'm happy that you called because we're actually hearing from somebody who's on the front line. Allow me to ask you this, please. The sentiments that you just expressed, are those sentiments general amongst your colleagues, or is it just limited to just a few?
In general. Everything that I said is general.
Okay. What is
general?
Okay.
And guess what? It is sad. I heard Mr. Isaac said something about the uniforms. He said something about the uniform. How many of us in the organization has 2 or 3 pairs of those denims? It is just a showcase. It's just a showcase. And I tell anybody that I am not going to dip in my pocket and buy no cushion to wear to serve the country. I'm not going to do it. I am paying more than $30,000 per month for income tax. I'm paying more than that for income tax. And I can't even buy, when the end of the month, I can't even buy food to eat. I can't even buy food to eat. And it is sad in our country when you look at politicians, they can drive up this and they can drive up that. And every year I have to declare assets. Every year. When I joined the system, it was in the 90s. And they all know who they want. They all knew who they want. It's only the little layman. They try to oppress. They try to oppress the young, the little foot-through soldiers. Them. They're the ones they oppress. They know who they want. They're not looking to say that, yeah, this young man or this young woman joined the system. But look and see. That young man or that young woman, she's the only child for both parents. And the both parents leave them or give them certain assets. And when they get those assets, they have to declare them. But yet politicians not declaring theirs. Politicians are not declaring theirs. And then they're talking about Jamaica land we love. They don't love the land. And they don't even love the people of this country. They don't love us. Because I know if their children join the organization, their children are going to be either assistant commissioner a deputy soup or a superintendent. They're not going to join as a constable. They're not going to join as a constable.
Allow me to ask you this. If you can answer if you feel like, what's your rank?
I am a mere corporal.
Okay. A reason why I ask you that is because I'm going through the Jamaica Constabulary Force Disciplinary Policy and Procedures workshop, the orders, right? And you mentioned something about uniform. According to this, as a female, you're supposed to get 2 tunic whites, 2 tunic blue, 3 shirts, 1 trouser, 8 shirts, 2 dress uniform, 24 stockings, 2 pair of shoes, ties, caps, denim overall. Are you getting those things? Because according to this,
Mr. Rattigan, me have to talk to you after the year. You hear me?
okay, all right.
Guess
I
what?
have your number. I'll talk to you after here.
Guess what, Mr. Rattigan? Guess what?
Well, the reason I mentioned it to you, and I just mentioned it so that
I remember that I started to gain a little weight and need uniform and can't get it. Can't get it. The store said them don't have uniform.
the reason why I mentioned it, the reason why I mentioned it to you and for the audience is that the government, based on the contract with the JCF, is supposed to provide you these free of charge.
Yeah, they are free. They are free, but how many are we getting? Just 1 pair?
No, you're not supposed to get 1 pair. I just named it out to you. You're supposed to get 2.
Yeah, I know, but
yeah.
I am saying we are only getting 1 pair. They don't have any more. They are limited. So
Yeah.
all what you're reading is just only on paper or papers.
Okay.
They only put it in writing to make it look pretty. And listen, it's when you speak out, whenever time you speak out, them say you're indisciplined. They blacklist you. They blacklist you when you speak out for your rights in the JCF.
All right.
And talk about your indiscipline. And talk about this and talk about that. And as soon as them see you driving a nice vehicle, they must send investigators to go investigate you. So you're involved in drugs. When they must point them finger at you, big finger point back at them. Many of us work and we store, we partner, we do whatever to do. And some of us have a brother or sisters abroad working, our parents have them property, where grandparents will out give us. And they try to help us. And as they see you driving something good, them send people to go investigate you as if you're a criminal. And if you don't think there with your assets, declare. If you don't declare your assets, they can put you before the court and you forgot pay how much you had, thousands of dollars. But yet you have big man in this country now and pay taxes. And they talk about they love the country and beautiful Jamaica. And the only thing you hear they boast about is tourism. It's only damn tourism making up our country. It's only tourism making up our country. But yet, Mr. Rattigan, I paid my taxes each year. My property taxes, and I don't even have a good road to drive and I walk on. And then they talk about the love of our country. Where? Well, guess what? There's one thing I know. Uncle Sam soon come to many of them. I leave them to Uncle Sam. That's all, Mr. Me leave them to Uncle Sam. Only Uncle Sam can put everyone of them to rest. I leave them to Uncle Sam, Mr. Rattigan.
Well, leave them to One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation too, because we want a piece of them, all right?
You all have a wonderful evening. You can save my number. You can give me a call.
I have saved the number and I'll call you for sure. Thank you so much.
Not a problem, my brother. You're most welcome. Have a wonderful evening. Your panel, blessings to you.
All right. Thank you so much. All right.
Okay.
Caller, go ahead, please. Hello? Hello? Good evening, caller. Go ahead, please. Hello?
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening,
How are you
sir.
doing?
I'm fine, thank you. And you?
I'm great. I'm great.
All right. Talk to me now. What's going on? What's on your mind?
Oh, I just want to say my little input
Say it.
in regard to the police officers.
Yes, sir.
I work very close with the police officers. I'm also a justice of the peace.
Yes, sir.
And I'm really saddened to know that the police officers are in these dilemmas. And the government of Jamaica, I don't know what is really happening in this country, but it is really getting from bad to worse. When a police officer can come and speak that way, it really touched my heart, because on a daily basis, when I visited the station, it is nothing new that the police officer is saying. So it may be new to you and the panel or the wider public, but I can tell you that the police officers, they are going through a lot. And I expect that the government in itself should compensate the public sector more or better. In terms of the compensation package, it cannot be that you give yourself 200 and 300%. And the people who are on the ground doing the dirty works, who put their lives on the line each day, nurses who during the COVID pandemic, who had left their family to serve Jamaica, they have left in the cold. Now I get to understand that the taxi fare will be increased tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever you give the public sector worker, inflation and this taxi fare increase will just replenish whatever you give them. And I was expecting what the
Caller,
compensation
do me a
package.
favor. Can you turn down your device? It's causing, it's interfering with the signal.
Okay, I hear him now.
Yeah, just turn down your device and keep talking, please.
Can you hear me clearly now?
Yeah, man. Well, I hear you clearly.
Yes. So when the government give themselves that huge raise and the public protests, I was expecting that the government would call back all public sector workers and review and give them an amicable increase, due to the fact that you take 200 and 300%. It cannot be that you take so much and give the people them that small amount of money. It is unreasonable. It is wicked, in my view. It is wicked, and people are feeling it. And I am not playing politics. I am just a concerned citizen, just as anybody else.
Okay.
And one of the thing that I pick out, that the crime and violence in Jamaica right now, she's a police officer and she's afraid. To be honest, I am also afraid. I don't go out. Most if I get invited to a function or to do something, but I don't go out. I used to have one lock on my door. Now I have two. Because I don't know, but what I can say, the opposition and Jamaican for Justice and all those body these human rights bodies, I expect them to hold the government more accountable in terms of ensuring that you don't play a blind eye to the things that the government should do. I have been a justice of the peace for a long while now, long while. And the reason why I don't speak out, because what they did to Rowan James and what they did to others, go under people's bed. That is the reason why I don't speak out, because I am afraid. To be honest, I'm afraid. And as a justice of the peace in this country who holds an high office like this should not be muted or muzzled, because my responsibility is to ensure that the citizens of Jamaica are their right are being.
Mr. Justice of the Peace, hello, sir. I have to cut you. You're holding your high office and you're not doing the same thing. You're accusing the opposition, the Jamaicans of Justice and other civil societies of being mute. You're being mute. You hold your high office is not a paid office. So what would prevent you from speaking out?
And I say again, I want you to be reasonable on this. It is not the fact that I don't want to speak out. But I have to be doing this undercover. How I cannot go on the face to be identified. But listening to this program and this police officer who came out, I said, I will give you a call. I will give this program a call. Because I watch the program, man. I watch the program and I subscribe to the program.
All right, just let your voice be heard like you are doing now, and we appreciate that. But don't be afraid. And equip yourself with the Justice of the Peace Act, because you have more powers than you think.
Yes, I know. But when I think when the system change, I think I can have that length and breadth to speak. But in this current atmosphere, I don't think I would do it now.
All right. Look, thank you so much for your call, and stay strong, stay safe, and just keep tuning in and sharing. Yes. Hello.
Definitely, and I have some important things that I would divulge.
Yeah, I'm looking for your number, but I don't see your number.
It is WhatsApp.
All right. I'll try and find
it.
Huh?
I will send a WhatsApp.
Send it to me now, please.
Send a message.
Yes. All right.
Well,
oh, by the way, listen, caller, before you go, look on the screen. I'm gonna put something up on the screen. Look on the screen, and there's an email address there, right? Just download Proton. Download Proton. And then send the email, send whatever you want to send it to that email. You see at the bottom of the screen right there. The one jam leg there at Proton.
Okay, all right.
Proton mail. Proton mail.
Yeah. Anybody who would like to, oh, Gene, thank you so much. Anybody who would like to provide us with information, please do so. We don't have the phone line yet, but we have the email, onejamlegdev@proton. It's on the screen, and you have to download Proton. It's probably the most secure email out there right now. Herb, go ahead and speak to that a little bit, please.
Yeah. Proton mail is a safe and secure way. It's end-to-end encryption. So you can, in fact, download by going to protonmail.com and open your own account. A basic account, it costs nothing, it's free. And then you can then use that account to speak to us. But of course, you have to make sure you check your own device, whether it's a laptop, whether it's a cell phone, or whether it is a desktop, to make sure there is no hidden stuff planted on your computer, no malware, no spyware, nothing like that. Clean up your computer before you download it, because once you start using it, then your mail will be protected end-to-end encryption. You can read it.
All right, you get that, caller?
Yeah, man. Yes. Thanks very much.
All right, we'll talk soon. All right.
Definitely.
All right. Let me just make an announcement here. Okay, I'll read it. Okay. Another call from Jamaica. Caller, go ahead, please.
Hello?
Good evening.
Yeah, man. Good evening, Rattigan and the panel. Mr. Myrie here speaking.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man. I want to man like yourself, my brother.
Yeah?
But me I tell us, yeah, man. I want to man see him like yourself, brother. Come from up a balcony, drive up yourself.
My place that, man.
Yeah, man. I know, man. Cause I listen to the program every day, you know, but Ratty, me I tell you, so me I watch a program, man. And I tell you, say, yes, from where the people them are calling, it hurt my blood. Cause reality, the people them are talking. You know. You might not there right now, but me I tell you, right now, my daughter, China, my study, you know, my brother.
Yeah.
China, because based on the fee what I'm supposed to pay down here to get my daughter a good education. I can't pay it, brother. And we are China, my daughter, for God.
Wow.
You see me? Yeah. Right now, when I want to talk to my daughter, 12 o'clock at night time, I have to talk to her. Because them time, you know the time difference.
The time difference, zone, yeah. Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, Jamaica, you know, are the first in some countries, yes. I mean, all the time, you used to have things that go on at Jamaica, but we never see Jamaica like this, brother. Jamaica corrupt to the T, brother. We need to get rid of them people out of the country, man. Oh, them so wicked to us, Rasta. The people them wicked to Jamaican people, man. May I tell you, we're not on a road. You have a place named Willardine, a Spanish town I live now.
Yeah.
You have a place named Willardine in I think the constituency. What name, man? Andrew Wheatley constituency. Brother, the people them now have the road cause school children me carry. No road one time the people me say what they may drive through there, I see one lady I walk and go down. They have to take up the lady cause literally on the road me I tell you about it now. No road not there. And it's a ruling party, a rule. Oh, if you deal with people so, brother, all the people them are deal with the people them so. And what we do them? And what we do so, brother? Boy, I never vote yet in my life, and I have to vote this time in a blood. Because we have to get rid of, brother, the next man we are come care wicked on that one, God know. In care wicked and one higher. Jamaican people have to come out and get rid of them people, yeah, brother. We don't have to come out and get rid of them people, yeah. We can't survive under them leaders. Them are man and a leader, brother. Them are misleader. We can't call them an honorable. You're not supposed to put an honorable beside them name. You understand? Nothing at all honorable about them. The whole of them are criminal, brother.
Wow.
The man them wicked to a blood. I'm give thanks for where you are, the brother. And Jamaica need to come and support. I make we get rid of them. We have to see the whole of them lock up, brother.
Well,
them too wicked, are
right.
Bless up yourself, yeah, my brother. Bless
Yeah,
up.
man. Thanks for the call and thanks for the support, for the strength, and all the best to your daughter and to you as well. Take care and be safe out there, brother. We need you. The struggle continue.
Yeah, man. We go through it in our blood. We go through it, and we in the streets. We know the streets, but me I tell you, down here, wicked. It's wicked blood.
Well,
we need help down here, man.
Well, keep in touch, all right?
Definitely. I watch the program every week, man.
All right. Give thanks for that.
Yeah, man. Bless up yourself.
All
One
right.
love.
All right, brother. Oof.
Hey, Ratty.
Ratty, before I depart. Okay, go ahead.
Mine is just quick. Somebody was asking if you can use Proton Mail on a Mac computer. Yes, you can. But I suggest that they just do a quick search, Bing, Google, and say, how do I use Proton Mail on my Mac? And they'll get the instructions. All right.
All right. So to the person who asked that question, you can use Proton Mail on Mac, right?
Yes.
Yes. The answer is yes. Isaac?
I was saying that it's so ironic that Heroes Weekend, all your callers are saying there are no heroes, and we're in a bad space. Mentally, they hit a reality, and I'm saddened by the fear, especially from the JP, the fear from the officer, the breach of the freedom of expression, which I've been speaking about. And ironically, I hear they said we have our women MPs that don't speak out, but I get a nice beating from one of them in the media. You see, I get them know to speak out. I can tell you, when them want to speak out, them use them voice and them beat you properly, verbally. And I do understand, but I can say to people that you must be brave. To the JP, your stamp and your seal could never be so important that you would allow them to silence your voice. Your duty under the act is to serve the people. And do not lose your voice because of the instrument. And the officer, she I see them, and I have always advocated for, and in the comments it says it. If you pay the police officers, you can fight crime. The only reason why we can't fight crime is because the officers aren't paid. And I know some of them, young constable, have 46 murder investigations and cases in court. It's unfair. So as we go into the Heroes Weekend, we have to pause to think about who our heroes are, and them not having the superpowers and the tools to be the heroes that they're supposed to be, because the people at the top are more concerned about themselves. The issue of the transportation, because they're going to feel it next week, and I'm only speaking because I have a staff complement, and it is pointless to make every effort to pay people so they can have a sense of what it is to be a human being, for the government to take it back. So in January, we say, hey, we raise the minimum wage. And everybody say, yeah, it's so nice. And then the US dollar goes up and then transportation goes up. So the very dollar that you got additional is taken away from you. We have to be realistic about how it is that we deal with the people. And until we start to deal with the people, and until we start to equip the people who are supposed to protect us in a high crime society, we're just going to be doing the animal farm. And I'm exhausted in the reality of that. And I just wanted to express that. But do never lose your voice. And if you feel like your voice is fading, get some KFC, a 3-piece with barbecue and another 3 original. It's called a Big 6. And if your trainer giving you a bad face, hide from him or her. There are several locations in the country. And this Heroes Weekend, buy a KFC from Saturday so you don't have to be in the line on Monday. I love you guys. Yes.
Don't leave yet. Hold on. Let me just
closing though.
No, don't leave yet.
No, I'm not leaving. I'm just saying
okay.
that's my closing.
Okay. Yeah, I have to get John in, but let me just make a couple of announcements. Tomorrow at 4:00, people, please tune into Waterhouse Vibes, hosted by Michael Nita. I will be there. Herb will be there. I'd spoken to ISAT about appearing, and he made a commitment, but I have to go back and touch base with Nita because that's his thing. But it runs from 3 to 5 Jamaica time, 4 to 6 New York time. And then, as usual, the regularly scheduled Wayne Lonesome Town Hall meeting from 7 to 10, which is 6 to 9 Jamaica time, 7 to 10 New York time. And then, finally, I have this announcement here. Baba Tunde asked me to make an announcement regarding this event. It says here, His Worship the Mayor, Councillor Hubert Williams, St. Thomas Municipal Corporation, and the Paul Bogle Foundation present the 158th commemoration of Paul Bogle and the Morant Bay Uprising. There'll be a memorial service in Paul Bogle Square, Morant Bay, St. Thomas on Tuesday. That's a week from this Tuesday. Yeah. Tuesday the 24th. 2023, commencing at 6 p.m. And the keynote speaker will be the Reverend Al Sharpton. So again, it's the 150th commemoration of Paul Bogle and the Morant Bay Uprising. Very significant event. The memorial service will be in Paul Bogle Square, Tuesday, October 24th, commencing at 6 p.m. Be there if you can. Make it a date and don't be late. John, we haven't heard from you in a while. I'm sure you must have some comments about everything that you've heard so far. Talk to us.
Yeah, I feel it for the police. I've shown that photo of Mocha Police Station, which is 2 shipping containers. That's what they have them in. They rarely have a vehicle. Same place in Clarendon I can't remember, I think it's early in the year, that police officers were taking taxis to go to crime scenes. So it's obvious that they don't care about fighting crime, because a policeman cannot be taking a taxi to get to a crime scene. In regards to pay, they'll never pay them properly anyway, because of, again, sorry to be boring again, because of the IMF agreement in there. There's a certain percentage of the budget is supposed to go towards wages for the public sector. So there's a fixed amount that the IMF has said should be below. I think it's 11%, but they've broken that figure because of the recent pay increases, including their own, where they triple their pay. But then you've got the overtime issue, which I have a big problem with, because the overtime, when they decided, the IMF decided, oh, you've got to save your money in the reserves. Jamaica hasn't got no money to save. We're a poor, so-called poor country. So where did they get the money from to push into the reserves? They got it by simply not paying the overtime to the police. So that's one thing that the police need to look at. They need to say, look, we know that where our money is. It's 100%, it must be in the reserves. You didn't pay it to us, so please can we have it from the reserve because it's in there. You've got 4.4 billion in there, and I can't remember the figure off the top of my head, how much the police are owed. But no, I can't remember. I'm not going to make up a figure. But they need to turn to the Minister of Finance and just tell him that. You save money, put save. You have to rob Peter to pay Paul, and that's exactly what they did. They've stolen from the police to stick that money in the reserves. So that needs to be looked into.
Okay. Someone just mentioned that.
So the one Jamaica defense for legal defense for from Paul fund, right? You can look into that. Well, there you go. That's one of your first things that you could look into.
Right. Somebody just mentioned that there's a minister that's up for an award. This heroes, they have a celebration. I don't know who that minister is, but I don't think any of them deserve an award. But keep in mind that they're giving awards to themselves. So that's that. Serene Sue said that the struggle continues in Portuguese. A luta continua, and she's absolutely correct. The struggle continues. Somebody mentioned about patois in Parliament, and there's an article that came out this week in the New York Times about patois becoming the national language of Jamaica, or something to that effect. I tried to get it, but next week I'll have it up so that we can go through that. PayPal for those overseas. I've spoken to the bank. I'm going to try and find a way, if it's possible, so that you can make your contributions through PayPal. No, PayPal, they were telling me that PayPal is a third-party service, and that it goes to them and then to the bank, as opposed to Zelle, that they have an agreement with Zelle. So once you Zelle through the email, it goes directly straight to the bank. It just passes through us and goes right to the bank. So we don't have any personal information on the website or in the email. So regarding sending money from overseas, that's I will have an answer for you next week. I plan to go see them Monday, so I'll have an answer next week. I broached the subject with them when I was there last time. They didn't have an answer for me, except that they said you could do a wire transfer, but a wire transfer is, it's fairly expensive, especially if you're sending $10,000, and that would be great. Then you can do the wire transfer. If you're sending $100, it's probably not worth it, because you're probably going to end up spending. And they were telling me that there are fees on both ends. So you're going to pay a fee, and then the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation will have to pay a fee, or it will be taking out of the money as well. So that wouldn't make any sense. So let me just talk to them, and then next week, Saturday, hopefully they'll have an answer for me. They were working on it the last time we met, but they still haven't gotten back to me with an answer. What can I say? This program is very emotional, very emotional. Gentlemen, we're gonna run now, but any final comments for our listening audience or for other members of the panel? Herb?
Anybody wants to reach out, my number's there. So I'd like to hear from people who feel like reading and they want change.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm pretty much satisfied that people they get emotional, but they also have a sense of responsibility, and they know what their responsibility is to their fellow Jamaicans. And even in the diaspora, we know that our responsibility to you is based on the fact that there are outsiders who will take advantage of you, and we have to look out for you in that respect. And we know that there are outsiders that have set up in Jamaica with the criminals that are down there operating under the cover of law and under the cover of being a lawmaker, right? And the fact is, it's going to catch up to them eventually. Time is our greatest asset, and in time we're going to examine a lot of those folks that we know are no damn good, and we're going to make sure that they pay a price. So be patient. keep the faith, enjoy your heroes' weekend, and think about how those heroes struggled to do the things that they accomplished, right? Ultimately, giving their lives in some cases. So you got to realize that I'm not asking you to go out and give your life for anything, but I'm just saying, do what you need to do and make us, all that we can be to help others. Thank you.
All right.
Before you close, I just want to say that Ratty and her, you have 1 week from today to submit the 6 names and don't play with us. So on behalf of the comment section, who will come next week with their 6 names, because we're going to play a raffle and draw, but only 2, when the whole house is moving like the Senate and the Speaker of the House and all of these things, and just on the gag order and fall on the legislation. On behalf of the comment section, we're pressing for that. So we want to see that next week.
We'll have a new constitution, Isaac. We'll have a constitution for the Rattigan show. There you go.
Yes, and we're exercising the right. Myself here,
Right.
I can only say that this is the Wilfred Rattigan show, and everything falls in his lap.
Kevin, Governor General Kevin.
Kevin gone. Kevin just left.
You're going to be recorded. Remember?
Kevin, our show will start at 8 o'clock.
It's fine, but the rule is that you watch it in bits. So this section is for Kevin, the Governor General of this show.
Okay.
Block me next week. We want the list.
Well, look, Miss Brown said time longer than rope, and she is so accurate about that. It's been an educational show for me. I learned a hell of a lot. I hope people learn from watching the program, and I have some calls I have to make here because it's amazing how much information is out there and how much people want to talk, and it's gonna be revealing next week when we have the mental health people on, because you could tell there's so much pent up rage, so much pent up frustration, not only in Jamaica but also in the diaspora. And we have to do something about it. We have to get people to the point where they can feel relaxed and also where they can talk. And I'm sure they're going to talk to us about a lot of things going on in Jamaica. And I say that to make the pitch for the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation, because that's how we're going to start, at least, to get traction in Jamaica. Because we can identify the issues, we can highlight the issues, we can discuss the issues, but at the end of the day, if we don't have the funding to really take on the fight, then we're where we started, which is back to being a talk shop. And that's what the government wants us to do. And that's what they want us to be. They want us to be a talk shop, because once the funding starts, I'm telling you, I've heard it from several quarters. They're terrified that this One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation is going to take off, because they know that we're serious, we mean business, and we're not fooling around. And when we say we're going to do something, we do it, because that's the way you build trust and confidence with the people. When you make your promise and you keep your promise. And if we can't keep the promise, we're going to come way before the promise date or the promise event and say, listen, here are the issues we're facing why we can't get it done, right? This is something that the government should be doing in terms of a leadership role, but they're not doing it. So we're not taking a lead from them. We're doing our own thing. And again, people, remember, this program is about you, your family, your community, Jamaica, before any political party or any politician. They come after. We are going to think about ourselves first. And that way, that's the only way I think we're going to get them to change. Because if we continue to act in the same old feet dragging fashion where we just can accept whatever they do or whatever they give to us, there's no hope. And this program is about hope. It's about action. So until next week. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Until tonight, midnight, Tune in and listen to me playing some jazz. I know John is gonna tune in. I thought he's probably gonna go to his bed. I probably have to call him and wake him up like I did last week. You know. And Herb, I know Herb have his responsibilities. But if you can, tune in tonight. It's gonna be a pleasant, relaxing night. And then tomorrow, Waterhouse Vibes at 3 o'clock Jamaica time, and Wayne Lonesome's program, the town hall meeting at 7 New York time, 6 Jamaica time. Until then, folks, thank you for joining us. Enjoy the weekend. Take care. Gentlemen, take care.
Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Have a great evening.
All right.
Talk to you later.